that give you pink eye? It's not pink eye if your eye is just swollen. Plus, I don't think you can get pink eye from a cat. I want to play with your cat, but you can't. My child. You in school or working? I'm working, but it's my day off. Why? Because you probably don't live near me. Logic. Mind if I ask what you do? Mail him for one? It's a girl. I live in Florida. Good for you. What kind of job do you do? I work at Hooters. I'm not gonna mail her. Why would I mail a cat? I feel like that's so inhumane. Gorgeous. Oh, thank you. I miss her. You don't even know her. She's my baby. Isn't that right? You're my baby.
Head to your pickup at 12412 Fifth Avenue.
What console you got? I got a PC. Cool. This way, you beautiful and friendly. Yes, ma'am. She loves me. No, she doesn't. She just told me she
Let's take College Point Boulevard, 125th Street, Queens.
I love you. And
In
only
600
you.
feet, turn right on 15th Avenue.
Does anyone go to Hooters for the food? I do.
Turn left on 20th Avenue.
Show up on Fortnite. Let's play together. No, thank you. I don't really like Fortnite. I only like CSGO and Valorant. Fortnite is, I don't like the building aspect. It's too extra, and all the 12-year-olds on there are too extra. Come here, little puppy. I love you.
In 700 feet, turn left on 125th Street.
Real question. Anyone want to be my sugar daddy? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Building is gone now in Fortnite. Alright, well then there's too many 12-year-olds. Hi. But no, CSGO's my shit. I love
Turn left on 125th Street.
Thanks. Yeah, no, every time someone blows me kisses, I eat them. Like, what's up, Baghdaddy here? DM me on Instagram, be my sugar daddy. But yeah, every time somebody blows me a kiss, I literally just go and I eat it. Isn't that right, little muffin? You're so cute. You look amazing. Oh, thank you. I literally just woke up, drank coffee, and now I'm laying in bed. I just ate your kiss. Little muffin babies. Can you see the muffin baby? There she is. There's the muffin baby. She's looking at me like, what the fuck are you on? Caffeine. You native? No, I'm Asian. Woohoo. Yeah, I really want to get my nails done. She wants your soul. Kiwi, if you want
In
my
half a
soul,
mile,
you can
turn left
gladly
on
take
5th
it.
Avenue.
I love you so much. I would give you anything. It's like actually creeping me out now. Like, why are you staring at me like that? You said that the other day. Proud father, 30 years old. You could literally be my dad. No, thank you. So you're the jealous type? Yup. It's crazy how we love animals more than people. 100%, because people are awful. Yeah, no, I have existential crises all the time because of how awful people are. You guys should like my live. You just need to double tap the screen. I'm doing it right now. It's so much fun.
In 1,000 feet, turn left on 5th Avenue.
Oh, thanks for the roses. Hello. What's up, Elijah? My moderator. Say hi to Elijah, everyone. Bro, why are you kicking puppies on Instagram? I don't know what Instagram that you are on, but if you look into my bio and you press that little Instagram square and you go on my Instagram, I am not kicking puppies. You're just trying to start shit because you're bored. You got me fucked up. Dad, I'm excited to come home to my puppy, then go out to people.
Turn left on 5th Avenue.
Nice. Truth or dare? Truth. Yeah, animals are better if they don't talk back. No, I want my animals to talk back. Tell me I'm a bitch. Well, I'm not.
You've arrived at your destination.
I kick puppies for one. Like, people are just trying to just start shit. Like, this is why I'm a bitch when I go live. So many of you, are you an American citizen? Yes. This is why I'm so bitchy online, because so many of you want to start some shit. Like, you got me fucked up if you think I'm gonna allow you guys to start shit with me. Like, fuck you. Sorry. But yeah, I'm an American citizen, and I'm also a citizen of the Republic of Kazakhstan. What's your wildest adventure you've been on? I don't know, you should ask your mom though, she might know. Just like that girl starting shit, now people saying you kick a puppy. Why the screaming report? Because bitches be jealous. I don't know. Dang, yeah, I'm a savage. Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? What did you miss? A lot. I'm good, thank you for asking. Hello.
Yeah.
Are you related to Borat? Yeah, Borat is my dad. No.
Okay.
That'd be funny though.
Head to your drop off at Elmhurst Hospital Green Market.
This is actually from England.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be cool if we were related though? Yeah. My neighbor is pain in my assholes.
Oh, I'm gonna close the trunk. I thought.
Turn left on 124th
you
Street.
have- I thought you put something in the trunk. I'm gonna go close it. It's okay. It's okay. I'll go.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Roller in the back.
Well, I've never seen glow before, so I don't know what you're talking about. Your neighbors do what now? I don't know what they do. They scream can't see where you are, but you see where you're sitting. And while you're
In a
doing
quarter of a mile,
whatever,
turn left on 11th Avenue.
just stay there. Just stay there.
दुनिया
You
के
don't
काटे में
need
तुम्हारे
to
पास तो
worry
डेट
about
भी
this.
नहीं ना
It's a small
कि
bed.
डाल के निकालने
My
डेट
cat is
निकालनी
right
है
next to me, so that's good.
आपके पास तो है
Yeah, just
तो आपने
stay
डालने
there.
थी ना मैं तो
Light bulb green, yes.
हाँ
green
गए
light
In
bulb.
1,000 feet, turn left.
Perfect.
डेट
Thank
वेट
you
की डाल
so
के निकाल
much,
देते
but so many
मैं तो
people
वेली
would beg to differ.
नहीं हाँ एक किया था किसी
Oh,
भाइयों
cool.
को
My kitty. No, bitch, is my
हम
kitty.
तो डाल ही नहीं ना सकते क्योंकि डाल ली और नीचे चला गया तुम्हारे
Hello
पैसे
from
कम
Henderson,
देना हम
Nevada.
निकाल
What's
नहीं सकते
up? I've been into friggin' Vegas before. I love
CNN
it. I
दो
love
दो
Nevada. It's so crazy. Three
90 पे
cats
गया था और
slash
आपने
people.
250 निकाल दिया
Green. I'm good. She could be a little
नोट बन
cutie
जाते
pie.
वही ब्याज देखो
She
13 को
attacks
भी
my
गया था
food sometimes though whenever I sleep.
आज
Why?
13 12
Why
पे
do you
गया था
attack
हमारा
me?
600 उसमें से बना था दाग में
Yeah,
से
thank you guys.
वो
Thank
खाली
you.
है
So many people on this
दाग
app
में बन
either
गया
love
तो
or
निकाल
hate my
दिया लेकिन
voice. So
अभी भी
it's
कितने
just
बने हाँ ठीक है सही है इसने वो उसी टाइम पे ना ज्यादा पैसे डाले होते ना इस डंगर को उस दिन के कह रहे 11 पे 12 था
I'm gonna fight her. Go right ahead. You'll 100%
Turn left on 11th Avenue.
the girl to be like, oh
ठीक है
yeah,
उस दिन
I'll
का
beat
इसने
your
डाला
ass.
तो ये
And
तो
guess
आप
what?
2 बार
I'm
बना
gonna beat
सकते
your ass. So have fun trying to fight someone who's just standing there. It's not gonna be
8000
fun
से
and
ना
you're not
हमने ये
gonna
शेष बनाया था
And then bam, no fight.
हाँ
Love
400
everything
से बन
about you.
जाना तो
Thank
400
you.
तो इजी बन जाना था
I'm
डबल
a
पैसे बन
Vancouver
जाते
cat. Good for you. The cat. Oh.
In 900 feet, turn right on 129th Street.
जब पूरी मार्केट आप देखो इतना ने दिमाग खराब किया सब्जियां दे
I think it's because of my allergies and the
वो
fact
असल में अब ये
that
जो पूरी मार्केट है ना ये अब समझ नहीं ना लगने देगी किस दिन नीचे आ
Yeah.
गई ठीक है अब ये हमारी रेंज से ही बाहर हो गई है मार्केट लेकिन डाल के निकालने वाला हिसाब है आपके पास डेट वेट थी लेकिन मैं तो आयरा की सुसु के लिए
Oh my god, there's a
हाँ कोई भी नहीं बांधा है तो डाल रहा है हाँ, ये तो है
mommy. Sorry, mommy.
मैं तो उसी 11:30 बजे उठी आयरा
Turn right on 129th Street.
कल 17 पे था
I have a
15 पे
really
भी
bad
गया था
head.
लेकिन 20 से फिर के आया है डाल तो सकते अब ये स्वीट ड्रिंक किधर है 34 का है कि स्वीट ड्रिंक के नहीं हाँ इसको देख लेंगे जब नीचे आएगा ना
Hello, newcomers. You
इसमें
guys
डाल
don't
के
believe it. Hi, round face. Hello. Is it weird that I know a guy in here that's
In half a mile, turn left on 23rd Avenue.
ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤਰਾਸ਼ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੱਲਨੇ ਆ
what
ਨਾ
the?
ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ
You
ਅਸੀਂ
need
ਉੱਥੇ
to
ਚੱਲਨੇ ਆ
learn
ਡਾਕਟਰ
better
ਕੋਲ
English. That's
ਤੇ ਉਹ ਭੈਣ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ लड़ गई अब ये देखो बाबा ने दोबारा सिर्फ 5000 डाला उसके ऊपर 1285 के ऊपर
it's weird
ठीक है
that
तो
I
25 डॉलर
know.
फिर बन गए 13 पे
Is it
जाते
weird? I'm assuming this is what
अभी
you're trying
फिर
to say.
देख
Is
लीजिए
it weird
इनके
that
पास पैसे
now
नहीं बात
I'm a
कर सकते
guy in
10 लाख फिर 1000 पे आ गए
Yeah, I'm sorry, your sentence makes no sense and is confusing me. You got beautiful eyes too, thanks. This one's swollen from the cat. You like Disney movies? I like some Disney
डैडी
movies.
आप इसमें रिस्क ले सकते हैं टेस्ला में 5000 डालें हम
Creepy.
देखते हैं
We all have
लेकिन आप
eyes. Thanks for that observation.
नहीं देख के ही जब ये नीचे खुगाता है
Oh, no, she said she knows a guy in here that has a small
AMC में हम वो जब ऊपर जाई जा रहा था
Oh my
ना
god.
तब पैसे डाल सकते थे लेकिन मैं तो तब वेली ही नहीं थी मैंने तो देखा ही नहीं था कि इतना क्या मुझे तो बाद में पता
I know a
लगा
guy in here that is watching. Oh, okay, that makes more sense now. Is it with that? I now.
18 पे गया था आज 18 18:30
What's
पे
KNOW?
हाँ मुझे
Is
पता
it
है
weird
मैं
that I
तो
know a guy in
देख
here that is watching?
वो जब तू थल्ले चला सी ना ਜਦੋਂ ਬਾਬਰ ਉੱਠਿਆ तो ਉਹਨੇ ਵੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਥੱਲੇ
has a
ਨਹੀਂ
small
ਚੱਲਣਾ
pee-pee.
तो ਉਹਨੇ ਕੱਢ ਲੈਣੇ ਪੈਸੇ
Shout out that dude. It's me. I was 3 and good for you. It's not me, honest. Okay, I highly doubt that.
शॉपिफाई आप ले सकते हैं
The only person I'm gonna believe is Alicia.
नीचे और देख के ना नीचे आता है तो देख
Alicia,
सकते
please
हैं
In 1,000 feet, turn left.
I need it.
रहने दे
No,
गया था 600 पे
How dare
696 पे गया शॉपिफाई
because it's my live and I can do whatever I want. Besides
10 बजे गया
other things. Oh, you blocked her? No, I didn't. Well, after like if they like say a bunch of weird shit over and over
हाँ
again.
देख के ना जिधर आपको लगेगा कि ऊपर को भागने लगा है, डे ट्रेड कर लेना। नहीं मरे नहीं, ऊपर को जब जाएगा तब ये ऊपर की मारता है, तब की बात कर।
You're just gonna see me stand there and not do anything, so it's not gonna be a fun fight. So, hello newcomers, welcome. Good morning or good afternoon. We're just chilling.
स्वीट ग्रीन का ले सकते हैं 34 अभी नीचे आ ले।
That's really fucked up. Anti-auto too.
ये आप सीएन उनको आता है 250 डाल देना। मेरे हिसाब से सीएनएन अच्छा भाई।
James, you're being a little poopy head.
कितने वो $1 से फिर इंडिया से तो डॉलर तो उत्तू आया।
I think he's mad because I said he's the one with the small pee-pee.
हाँ, क्योंकि अब सारी मार्केट नीचे जा रही है। टेस्ला 995 आ
What
गया।
about the any rappers? Listen,
ठीक है।
besides Juice and LP. But even then,
क्या ले आते कि
In half a mile, turn right on Whitestone Expressway South Service Road.
literally. How are you doing today? Good. No work, correct? It's Tony. Alright, where the fuck are you, Tony? Okay, I believe it. Consider the fact that you said that you wanted to cuddle with me in bed. Yeah, I'm 100% believe it. 'Cause what dude says that?
हाँ। मेरे हाथ रह गए ने एक कतरा नहीं दिया करती।
We already pointed out the little dick, short dick man, so let's talk about something there's something else.
उधर जाते हैं ना, डॉक्टर बताती है उधर खड़ी उसको बोलेंगे ऑप्शन यही है, उसमें से कल्चर लो नहीं करती हूँ मैं।
In 1,000 feet, turn right.
ये तो बेहतर है। हाँ।
You got Cadillac.
लेकिन टमी बोलती रहती है, टमी मुझे लगता है कि कब्ज की वजह से बोलती है। इब्जा घर है कि नहीं है? इब्जा घर है?
Tupac, bro. Literally
that
grow
guy
up
है?
and listen to some new artists. You remind me of my dad. Who's your favorite artist? The Beatles. Like, dad, grow up.
नहीं, इब्जा का
Like,
मुझे
half of
मैसेज
them
आया
are
था
gone.
तो उसको रिप्लाई कर
And
रही
this
थी।
kitty, I do too. Juice WRLD
बिया,
versus Lil Peep.
देखो
Lil
सब
Peep all the way.
सारी मार्केट डिप कर रही है।
I know
तेरे 2:30 बजे के बाद ना
Oh, there's a little kitty.
तेनों छोड़ कर फिर अगर मैं तब वेली हुई ना मैं आपकी
I'm
वेट
old
वेट
school.
करूँगी अगर वो
When
ऊपर
people
भाग
tell me that they're old school,
लेकिन उसमें थोड़ा सा
does
सब्र
this
करना
tell me that
पड़ेगा अगर मैं कम नहीं था।
Turn right on Whitestone Expressway South Service Road.
society?
लेकिन आज तक कल ना सारी मार्केट समझ नहीं जान देती।
And he's like, the world should be like how it was back then.
आज
Like, now
12
it's
पे
literally
12
impossible.
In 600 feet, keep left to I-678 South, Kennedy Airport.
12.99 पे है। तो कट
Keep left to I-678 South, Kennedy Airport.
I bet you those two were not
नहीं गई आज मैं डे ट्रेड करने का एनसी का मेरे से नहीं लेते थे यहाँ तो गया ही नहीं कभी कभी गया ही नहीं उनिया से तो कभी टपया ही नहीं
just because I think it looks cool. I don't listen to Tupac.
वो कभी
I don't like new artists. Example, Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj isn't a new artist. Nicki Minaj has been around since the early 2000s. New artists, for example, are like, again,
ज़्यादा भी चुने लाट नहीं इसने भी काट दी है तो मैं ये कह रही है
8th Street. Then turn right.
Yeah. You're cute as fuck. Thanks, I know.
I'm willing to pay extra if you're able to do it by
This is
like
Taylor
11
Swift,
or 12.
bruh.
If it's possible.
Actually,
Like for an expedited, you know, like a rush.
but even
like,
then,
I
there's
can
nothing
pay
wrong with
that's not a
listening to
problem.
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift has been around
The
for
thing
so
is,
long.
everybody was supposed to come on Sunday, and then my brother hasn't seen my kids in like 6 months, and he's flying, and he has to leave Saturday, so I'm trying to accommodate the birthday on Friday instead, if it's possible. Think it over.
Juice has better sad songs than Peep. No. Peep has better sad songs.
Turn left on 108th Street. Then turn right on 32nd Avenue.
Is because Peep doesn't make you feel like Peep is like Peep doesn't make you feel alone because the way that he writes his songs and his lyrics, he's like, I'm always there for like I understand. You know, Juice WRLD is just like,
Can I
I'm
do
depressed, let me do some
that?
fucking drugs. If you do drugs, good for you. Let's do drugs together. You know, like he's kind of just like Juice WRLD just is like, yeah, he has good music, but it's like relatable.
Okay,
You know?
1:30 is
And
fine.
then with Lil Peep, it's more
1:30 is
connecting. He's more like, I understand, I'm here for you, like, you know.
No, that's fine. I understand. Even the cake that you put up on the Instagram was nice too. But if you can do this thing, well, anything that's
Turn right on 32nd Avenue.
yeah. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
In 600 feet, turn right on Northern Boulevard.
I love the Liba's birthday, that baby shower cake was so good. So from there, I was like, Bob told me, oh, I got it made from here. She lives in front of my house and everything. And I'm like, okay, I will try for my kid's birthday. Thank you. Okay. But you're gonna get it done by 1:30. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. ਮੇਰਾ ਹੁਣ ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀ ਇੰਨਾ ਫੋਨ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਫੋਨ ਆਉਂਦਾ
Turn right on Northern Boulevard.
इज़ा इतनी वो हो जाती है ना कभी कभी नहीं इसी टाइम यही हो
ਹਲਾ ਸਿਧਰਾ ਨਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇ ਸੀਰਾ ਆਂਦੀ ਹੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਕਰਕੇ
Hello? You're at my place? Mama, हाँ ये लोग डॉक्टर के पास लेके जाने के लोग हाँ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹੈਲੋ ਆਈਡੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਹੁਣ ਬਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਣਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਸ਼ਾਪਿੰਗ ਕਰਨ ਚੱਲੀ ਨੋ ਮਾਮੂ
शाद
ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਹਾਂ ਹਾਂ
उसने सुन लिया ना मेरे मुंह से निकल गया था घबरा गए थे
ਹਾਂ ਨਾ ਲਿਆ ਨਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਹੋਰ
In 1 mile, turn left on 86th Street. Speed camera reported ahead.
ਅਲੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ ਕੌਣ ਉਹ ਭਾਈ ਇਹਦੀ ਕੱਲੀ ਦੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦੀ
नहीं तो वो खादा जो मिलने बच्चों को
ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਤੂੰ ਆ ਜਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਛੁੱਟਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ ਚਲ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਵੇਖ
मुझे भी मिले तो 3 महीने हो गए
ਤੂੰ ਸਟੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀ ਬਣਿਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਦਿਆ ਅਸਲਾਮ ਦੀ ਲਾਈਫ नहीं किसी भी नाल से नहीं
हमने तो किसी से भी नहीं की
हाँ किसी भी नाल नहीं
मरियम को नहीं था पता उन लोगों को नहीं था पता उसको लगा था उठाएंगे
वो पागल ये दादा
हम क्यों करेंगे मैंने तो उधर आके बोला कि निमरा को भी बोला मैंने कि आगे ना करना बात
हाँ अभी सारे ने बोले किसी ने भी ना करना बाहर गए हम दूसरे की गल मैंने नहीं पता लेकिन ये तो काम था हाँ ये ਤੇ ਜਾਂਦਾ
ਆਂਟੀ ਵੀ ਮਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਛੇਕ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਢ ਦਿੰਦੇ
ਹਾਂ ਹਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਾਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹ ਦੀ ਕਾਲੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਾਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਇੰਨੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਾਲੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਬਾਤ ਤੋਂ ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਐਵੇਂ ਮੈਂ ਮਰੀਮ ਨੂੰ ਆਂਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵਿਚਾਰੀ ਕਲਪਦੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਆਂਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਬੜੇ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਾਤ ਕੋਈ ਕਰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਆਪਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿਲ ਤੋਂ ਕਦੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਮੁਰੇ ਨਾ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਆਂ ਦੀ 12 ਲੱਖ ਦੀ ਜਾ ਤੇ ਵੱਡੀ ਜਾ ਹੈ ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਅੱਗੇ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਮਾਂ ਘਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦਾ
आंटी को पहले कहते थे मैं काम पे देती हूँ
हाँ।
$100 दे के काम पे
ਆਂਦੀ
भेजती
ਮੈਂ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਸੌਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਤੇ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਦੇ ਲੈ ਤੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਤਾਂ ਚੰਗੇ ਭਲੇ ਇੰਨੇ ਖੁੱਲੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ
हूँ। कभी कभी तो सारा दिन काम करते हैं
ਹਾਂ ਇੰਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੈਂਡ ਕਰਦੇ ਇੰਨੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਤੇ ਕਰਦੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ। ਉਹ ਦੂਜਾ ਚੰਗਾ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਾਣ ਛੁਡਾ ਕੇ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਕੱਲ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਉਹ ਮਾਨ ਵੀ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੀ ਗਿਆ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਮਾਨ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਕੁੜੀ ਇੰਨਾ ਉਜਾੜਦੀ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਪਾਰਸਲ ਫਿਰ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਸੈਲ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਆਪਸ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਮਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਇਹ ਗਲਤ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੈ ਕਿਆ ਕਿ
ਨਾਲ
ਗਲਤ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸਮਾਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਮਰੀਮ ਨੇ ਨਾਮ ਦਿਆ
बता दी
ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਪਿਓ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਨਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਾ ਕਿ ਤੋਬਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਪਰ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਲਾਹ ਨਾ ਕਰੇ ਤੋਬਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਮਾਤਾ ਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਸਭੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਉਹ ਦੂਜਾ ਤੇ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਚੌਥਾ ਸਾਲ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਤੇ ਬੜਿਆ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਘਰ ਕੇ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਿਓ ਨੇ ਦੇ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਘਰ ਆ ਜਾ ਜਾਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਨੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਘਰ ਆ ਜਾ
In 1,000 feet, turn left on 86th Street.
ਅਭੀ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ
on 86th Street.
ਬੋਲਣਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ ਕਿ ਆਪਸੇ ਇਹ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਪਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਰਕ ਪੈਂਦਾ
In 900 feet, turn right on 35th Avenue. Turn right on 35th Avenue.
ਅੱਜ ਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ $2 ਤੇ ਬਾਈਆਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਬਾਈਆਂ ਤੇ ਛੋਟੀਆਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਪਾਇਆ ਕਰਦੇ ਰੇਟਡ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਸ ਤੇ ਕਰਨੀ
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on 78th Street.
कल मुझे तो याद ही नहीं कि सीढ़ियों पे की जगह तो मैं तो बाबा पकड़ ही लो कि वो ऊपर नीचे जा रहा है अपने में ना तो हिंदी का पकड़ लो एक दफा वो बात की एक रात था तो मैंने कहा कि कुंडी वो लगा दो ना लाश लगा दो तो मैंने सीधी तरह नहीं तो दसिया कि मैं लाश है मैंने कहा कि ये हो गया सड़क से आगे मैंने निकले लगा दो पहली है हमारी है लगा लॉक कर दो ठीक है वैसे लॉक कर दो कि मैं सोची मेरी शर्ट पहनी है कि कितनी दफा मेरा ऊपर मेरी गल तो तुम्हें लगी है जो तुम्हें लगता है कि मैं तो हो गया तेनू मेरे सामने जाने की परवाह होती है मेरे सामने तेनू जाने की परवाह होती है मैं नहीं मेरे सोच स्लॉबी से पता काम करता है तो परवाह होती है ताकि भी तेनू नहीं परवाह मैं कहा जो जिसके सामने खड़ा था मैं तो पार्ट भी इस तरह ही करती मैंने ऐसा करती काम डाउन ठीक है मैं कौन सी बात मैं तो अपने आप को ज़्यादा स्मार्ट समझती हूँ अपने फालतू इंसान मेरा नहीं दिल कर मेरा मुझे बर्थडे का बहुत चापा है कि मुझे ईद और बर्थडे का बहुत चापा है हर साल मैं कहती हूँ कि मैं इधर कर लूँ तो मेरे घर ना चापा नहीं पड़ता कि बोरे बिस्कुट चौक से पहुँच जानी है बर्थडे करने बर्थडे याद करनी थी ये करनी थी वो अभी कहा नहीं उसने नहीं कहा लेकिन वो जब मूड ऑफ होता है कि मुझे कुछ 6 महीने बाद सुनने को और मैंने तो पता चलता ठीक है मेरे में जब लोग
Turn left on 78th Street.
एकदम ही रिलीफ भी आता है मिनिमल सारे काम हो गया इस तरह करो ना हो तो देखिए देख हाँ उसका ये बता है और ये काम जो उसका जान लग फिर तो मेरी जान छोड़ जाएगी ना फिर तो मेरा मसला नहीं हाँ फिर स्कूल करनी चपली चीज करनी इधर करनी इधर करनी मेरा स्कूल है उधर ही करेंगे ठीक हाल है आयरा अंदर मैं जो उठी अगर बोलना तो आपको खबरदारी बोलनी कभी नहीं आके दादी दादी को बैठ करनी मैं कर तुम बोलो तो मैं चुप रहूं इस तरह वाले मैं नहीं नहीं मैसेज पे अब नहीं रात को 5 बजे सुबह तो आगे तो मैं तो नहीं ना ले आके देना फोन अरे नहीं ले आके देना ना तो फिर अच्छा क्या अब अगर खुद बोलनी मैं बोलूँ तो फिर वो आगे कहते कि तुम क्यों बोली हो अच्छा मैं तो कहती हूँ बुआ कर लेना ना पे हाँ तो फिर जाओ ले आओ या फिर उसको बोलो या इसको बोलो कि जाओ ले आओ मेरी जिम्मेदारियाँ तो नहीं है ना आपको
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on 41st Avenue.
Yes, hi.
In 1,000 feet, turn left.
No, I didn't. Actually, my daughter, about when she's sick, I was taking her to the hospital, and I was waiting for the call, but I didn't even look at the time, so I didn't call anybody. I totally skipped out about the time.
Turn left on 41st Avenue.
Goodbye.
In 400 feet, you'll arrive. You've arrived at your destination.
Here it's good.
Just
bed, go to the fucking doctor. What's wrong with you? You got your period?
No, that's the case. I don't. That's the problem. Either way, I would understand, but because I don't. And it's not period pain. I know my period. This is not like under stomach is period pain. This is like literally like inside.
Every period you get pain?
Yes, but not. This is not period pain. This is like inside, like something stuck in your stomach.
Yeah. Oh, oil.
There are people now projecting that in 2022, it's possible the majority of the Hispanic vote is going to go for Republicans. I mean, that would be incredible how quickly that's moved.
Do you think that really, look, obviously it could, we're predicting the future here, that would be earthquake in politics level stuff, that you actually had a majority of...
The most recent Wall Street Journal poll, and again, it's a poll, I understand the craziness that can come from polls. It had Republicans in front with Hispanic voters, which has never happened before. And I believe the numbers that have come out so far for Hispanic voters, in Barack Obama's final year, 71% of Hispanic voters voted for Barack Obama. And then in 2016, Trump actually improved on those numbers. By 2020, Democrats Joe Biden only got 56% of the Hispanic vote. So by that point, it's 56-44, even with all the negative attention coming to Trump. It would not stun me if the Hispanic vote breaks for Republicans in 2022.
It is fascinating. One thing you don't hear about in the media is how many legal immigrants, Hispanic Americans, how many of them don't actually like an open border. The ones who came here illegally. Now, there are a lot of people who have family members who are illegal, and that can often affect voting patterns. You know, if your dad is an illegal but you were born here, you might view that very differently. And so there are other areas, though, as well, where you can already start to see how this is happening. The data that you're speaking of, Clay, why it would go that way. The BLM movement and the riots in the summer of 2020, a lot of small business owners and employees of small businesses are Latino, Hispanic Americans, and they really thought that was, they saw that for what it was, the riots, where you had, there were a lot of African Americans partaking in both the protests, and then the riots involved a lot of actually white liberals from Antifa, but Hispanics saw that and said, hold on a second, what the heck is this all about? And also on the gender identity issues. Yeah, Hispanic community is generally, and they've really kind of laughed off this Latinx thing that they've been trying to do.
I was going to hit you with that. That's in the article.
Is that the article? Yeah, I just know this stuff from knowing Latinos. I mean, they're like, no, don't call us Latinx. What is this? What's it say in the piece?
Yeah, so this is where, the article is headlined, while Democrats debate Latinx, Latinos head to the GOP. This is on the editorial page of the New York Times today. And I was reading it this morning, and the Latinx part was one that I thought you would love. Commonly used by, I'm reading directly from the article, commonly used by media, political, and academic elites as a sign of gender inclusivity, Latinx is virtually non-existent in the communities it refers to. In 2020, Pew Research revealed only 3% of Latinos use the term, while 9% of white liberals think it's the most appropriate term to use. In fact, only 14% of Latinos with a high school degree or less had ever even heard of it, which is about, the article basically goes to, the Democratic Party has become so culturally left-wing that they are disconnected from the overall Hispanic vote. Now, I misspoke a little bit. I want to get the numbers right here. it was 71% Obama, 66% Hillary. That's 2012, 2016. Yeah, that's 59% for Biden. So 59-41. But according to the Wall Street Journal poll that recently came out, Joe Biden is so wildly unpopular with Hispanic voters. And this was something that had been the case for a while. If you remember, Biden got crushed in Nevada. Remember, there were a lot of Hispanic voters in the primary, and that's when a lot of people said Biden's campaign is over. Then he came back to South Carolina, got endorsed by 5 million black voters. African-American Democrat primary voters delivered Joe Biden the nomination for that party. Without them rallying to Biden's flag, so to speak, he would not have come out of that primary, I think, with the nomination. And these indicators, you got to add in all this. We're talking about things that are specific to the Hispanic community, which I think is still the most broadly, people will say Latino or Latina, but the Hispanic community in America has some areas that are specific, at least in the polling, areas of concern. Add on top of what we've already talked about, high price of gas, no doubt people hate, the obviously weak economy and the inflation that is chipping away at, there's a lot of Hispanic small business owners and employees of small business, as I said. Those are the kind of people for whom the increase in the price of everything you need really is painful and gets old fast. And people, look, like I said,
yeah, put that condition.
An absolute wipeout, or else we haven't, we on the right have
condition called for the phone to have to hold.
Annihilation of Democrats everywhere where it's conceivable at the polls. Well, there's a lot of Hispanic listeners right now. They understand the importance of capitalism. They came here because of American excellence. And they don't agree with the idea that is being sold by the left wing of the Democratic Party that America is evil and an awful racist place to live. Where are those people going to vote? I think they belong in the Republican Party. And I think in 2022, they're...
Now, this guy, Brett Kavanaugh. In fact, well, I don't want to give you too much detail, but there's a young lady I was dating at the White House who worked with him, and was like, oh, he's amazing. And I'm like, who is this Brett character? Enough with Brett. He's just the best guy in the world. All right, thank you. Enough. And when they made those allegations against him, and they let those allegations fester, and they paused America for 4 days so we could talk about it. And what were the allegations? Some crazy woman, literally off the street, saying something that she could not substantiate, for which there was not a shred of evidence to substantiate. If they could do it to a guy like Kavanaugh, they can do it to any man in America. Thank God he was confirmed, but it was tough. Remember what they did to him? Here's a little cut 58.
In other words, that July 1st reference to skis, one of the first skis, that's brewskis, correct? And after Tobin, sir, I just need a yes or no. That's brewskis, right? Well, I need to explain context. You just said, sir, that you drank on weekdays. That's all I was looking for. Well, no, if I may ask the next question, sir. Lawyers should be working off of common terms and understand the words that we're using. I think that's a pretty basic principle among lawyers. Wouldn't you agree? Is the word, Ralph, you use in your use
I already answered the question. If you're
late to alcohol.
I like beer.
After that.
I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next one.
Was there ever a time when you drank so much that you couldn't remember what happened or part of what happened the night before? No. Could you answer that question, Judge? So that's not happened. Is that your answer?
Yeah, and I'm curious if you have.
I have no
770 WR.
Thank you.
Thank God he survived. A lot of people would have quit and ran away. He didn't, and good for him and good for everybody else. I'm telling you, if he went down, so many other people would be vulnerable. Anybody could say anything
WABC,
about anybody and take them out. But this is still America, ma'am. Be right back. Hi guys, it's Andrew with
City-side medical clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical breakthrough. The WAVE technology at Cityside Medical Clinic was tested by Cambridge University and the Cleveland Clinic, and the results are in. It's proven to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED by treating the root cause, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, we'll also include something unique that produces powerful results in the bedroom. I don't think I've ever seen it fail. This is a $600 value, free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 646-715-5555. That's 646-715-5555. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Cityside Medical Clinic now to qualify. 646-715-5555.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
WABC Radio is proud to celebrate 100 years. From October 1st, 1921, to music radio to talk radio's crown jewel, worldwide and beyond. And WLIR-FM Hampton Bays.
From around the world to around the block, this is a WABC afternoon news briefing.
It's 47 degrees and hazy at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, I'm Jacqueline Carl. It's day 3 of nomination hearings before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Republican Senator Ted Cruz asked Jackson about the books at the Georgetown Day School. Jackson sits on the board of the school. Cruz asked Brown if she agrees with the book that babies were born racist. Senator, I do not believe that any child should be made to feel as though they are racist, or though they are not valued, or though they are less than, that they are victims, that they are oppressors. I don't believe in any of that. Republican Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri attacked Jackson's sentencing record related to child porn cases, painting her as sympathetic to defenders on Tuesday. Jackson defended her record.
Could you tell us what was going through your mind at that point?
Thank you, Senator. As a mother and a judge who have had to deal with these cases, I was thinking that nothing could be further from the truth. Jackson said as a sentencing judge, she puts great weight on her decision. A line of tornadoes have been ripping through the country, wreaking havoc. Louisiana sending 300 National Guard troops to the New Orleans area, where a tornado flipped cars, ripped off rooftops, and killed at least one person. One tornado that tore through a suburb of New Orleans actually lifted a house into the air and dropped it onto the middle of a street. There was a family of 3 inside. The parents of a girl climbed out screaming for help. Their daughter was on a breathing machine and trapped inside. Firefighters rescued her. The St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis told ABC's Good Morning America.
You know, it's pretty bad. We have about a 2-mile stretch of where this tornado tore through our community. We have 1 confirmed death. We only had 7 injuries reported at the hospital, which I think is a miracle when you walk through these neighborhoods. We have houses that were lifted up, and now they sit in the middle of the street. We have, houses in an area that are totally leveled.
McGinnis adding the girl rescued from the house is in the hospital and, quote, doing fine. A Chinese aviation official said Wednesday morning one of the 2 black boxes reporters from the fatal crash of China Eastern flight involving a Boeing 737-800 was recovered. It's reported to be badly damaged, so much so the director of the Accident Investigation Division said they can't tell if the black box they found is the flight data recorder or the cockpit voice recorder. They are searching for the second box. Monday's crash in southern China killed all 132 people on board. There may be a vaccine solution for kids under 6. Moderna says its COVID-19 vaccine works in babies, toddlers, and preschoolers. Wednesday, the company announced early findings from a study on children under 6. If regulators agree that small doses are safe and effective, we could start seeing kids under 6 getting the vaccine by this summer. President Biden expected to arrive in Belgium Wednesday night. He'll attend a high-stakes meeting in Brussels with G7, NATO, and European Union leaders. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told reporters the president's meeting will bring new sanctions and a tightening of existing sanctions on Russia following its invasion of Ukraine.
He will have the opportunity to coordinate on the next phase of military assistance to Ukraine. Zelensky will join our partners in imposing further sanctions on Russia and tightening the existing sanctions to crack down on invasion and to ensure robust enforcement.
Sullivan didn't expand on the details of the new sanctions. He did say more information will be made available in the coming days. NATO is estimating 7,000 to 15,000 Russian soldiers have been killed in the past month while fighting in Ukraine. A senior NATO military official said Wednesday these estimates are based on information received from Ukrainian officials, Russia, and open sources. The official spoke on condition of anonymity under ground rules set by NATO. Ukrainian leaders are imploring Western nations for additional help. EU and NATO allies have voiced caution over escalating the Ukraine crisis to World War III. Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has been sentenced to 9 years in a penal colony on fraud and contempt of court charges. Navalny insists the charges are bogus. Navalny's spokesperson is Kira Yarmish. She told Reuters his sentence was not unexpected.
Not a surprise that Putin would like to keep Alexei in prison for as long as he is in power. We are completely sure that this is his direct order to imprison Alexei.
Prosecutors accused him of stealing $4.7 million in donations given to his now banned organizations.
Let's go on to the next one.
After surviving a poisoning he blamed on the Kremlin. He's already serving 3.5 years in jail for breaking bail conditions while hospitalized. Your forecast in the Ramsey Moss Weather Center. Clouds roll in today with rain expected after 5 p.m. High near 50. Tonight, rain, lows around 40. And Thursday, it'll be rainy with highs in the low 50s. It's 47 degrees and hazy at 2:05 from the 77 WABC
Elmer's Hospital.
Studios. I'm Jacqueline Carl. Traffic and transit.
Children.
The news never stops at WABCRadio.com. Keep it here on 77 WABC for more of the Greg Kelly Show.
WABC Traffic and Transit.
Eastbound Bell Parkway at Shell Road, an accident takes out the right lane. You have stopped traffic back from Bay Parkway, exit 5. In Brooklyn, eastbound Bell between Pennsylvania Avenue exit 14 and Irvine
Let's go
Street,
kick
exit
some
15.
ass.
Stop and go traffic all
Let's
the
go
way
kick
back to 13.
some
And this
ass.
is because of some road construction set up in the road. I'm Jacqueline Carl with your traffic update on 77
Elmer's
WABC.
Hospital. Elmer's Hospital.
Entertaining and informative.
Oh man, I am so sick of this war. Russian forces unable to make key gains. Russia is losing. Total stalemate, it looks like. Bloody battle continues for key Ukrainian cities. But it looks like Ukraine, in certain respects, is on the offense. That's kind of a beautiful thing. Look, I want this thing to be done with, though. I want peace. One of the things about war that a lot of people don't understand who haven't been to war, that horrible things happen on both sides. Both sides. Bad things happen. Absolutely. Even the good guys can make big mistakes. When we invaded Iraq, guess what? Number one, we shouldn't have been there in the first place. But number two, you get tens of thousands of guys together, 18 to 23 years old, and give them all guns. Well, it's not a recipe for great things to happen. Some bad things happened, and some bad things are happening now, even the Ukrainian side, and we're rooting for them, of course. But have you seen the videos? Gosh, they're taping people to poles. Look, they're under siege. They got a lot of stress, but and just abuse them. It's just horrible to watch. All of this is horrible to watch. Putin, totally over his head. Never should have done it. Joe Biden will be landing soon in Brussels for the NATO meeting on the war. A lot of folks have pointed out that he could have gone much earlier. But the fake news is saying, oh no, these meetings take years to set up. Years, and he's really ahead of schedule. That's not particularly like everything else he does. It's slow. He's a slow poke, everybody. Hey, who the hell is Richard Davies? He took the new New York City Transit president. Richard Davies. D-A-V-E-Y. Anybody know anything? Is he going to fix the subways? Hey, listen. The subways actually move okay, and so do the buses. It's the creeps who are on the subway. The homeless people, the deranged people, the people who come up to you and ask for $1. Has that happened to you lately? You know what I call that? Robbery. Robbery. Somebody calls up and some public officials call it panhandling. No, that's robbery. The message is, if you don't give me money, something bad may happen to you. Well, this is still America.
supposed to be a free country. Somebody called me the other day saying, oh, no, the smash and grabs we're seeing are very much in line with what we've seen before. No. This is a whole new level of, what do they call it? Not mob massacres, but flash mobs. Flash mobs show up at any rinky-dink store. A Rite Aid pharmacy. They go in there and take everything they can. Have you noticed Rite Aid pharmacy? Even if you want to get jelly beans now, they're putting it behind glass. In the old days, they just put the fancy razor blades behind
Speed
glass.
camera reported ahead.
Really, if you wanted to get Gillette Mach 3 razors, which are very expensive, you had to ask the guy, you had to open them up. By the way, when it comes to shaving, I used to use the Mach 3. I now use the Schick 5-blade system. It's really, really good. And it presses right into you. You can like kind of shave it right into your face kind of hard and not cut yourself. And that's important, by the way. All right, so remember, this person is not as smart as we were led to believe. Ketanji Brown Jackson. I'm sorry, you got to be a bit more clever when they ask you pretty basic questions, don't you think? Cut 12.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman? Can I provide a definition? Yeah, I can. You can? Not in this context. So I'm not a biologist.
She can. And how about that thing that happened with Senator Kennedy? And I, too, always think of John F. Kennedy when I hear about this guy. He's no John F. Kennedy. And that's a compliment, Senator Kennedy. Can I hear that little give and take, please? Go ahead.
When does equal protection of the laws attach to a human being?
Well, Senator, I believe this is Supreme Court. Actually, I actually don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry. I don't.
Okay. All right.
You got to be a bit more clever than that. You got to have something else to say, I think. She went to Harvard this, Harvard that. I mean, she's a debating champion of the United States in high school. And she kind of giggles a little bit. Pulls the whole Kamala Harris. Well, speaking of Harvard, Tom Cotton went to Harvard. And with him, it shows. Clip, please.
Let's look at sexual assault and rape. Do you know what percentage of sexual assaults and rapes go unsolved in this country?
I do not, Senator.
77%, more than 3/4 of all sexual assaults and rapes go unsolved. Do you think we should catch and imprison more rapists and sex criminals or fewer?
Senator, one of my two uncles was a detective in a sexual crimes and battery unit. So I'm very familiar with that type of crime. It's a horrible type of crime, as are all of these that you are articulating. And it is important for people to be held accountable for criminal behavior, fundamental to the rule of law.
Okay, he basically says, cut the crap with your uncle. That's a good point. My uncle worked at Immigrant Savings Bank. Great man, Donald Kelly. I love him. I don't know anything about banking, right? I know nothing about banking. I write a check, something about interest, that's it. So she says, well, my uncle was a cop, therefore I know all about the sex crimes.
Ice cream.
Don't.
Yeah, some pizza event.
Let's see, did anything else happen? Give me one more if you would, please.
So in 2020 alone,
It's
well over 1 million.
It's shenanigans.
Violent crimes went unsolved in America.
Ice cream.
Too many violent criminals or not enough?
Senator, it's important for our rule of law to ensure that people are held accountable who are breaking the law.
Ice cream.
That's when you don't really have a good answer, and you belabor it. Speak slowly, because that it sounds subtle. And others who are not asking your tough questions are busy.
איפה אתה? בסטורג'?
כן.
אתה בסטורג'? מה אתה עושה בסטורג'?
אני לא בסטורג'.
איפה אתה? אצל מנואל?
ב-14 סטריט. אני לא חסור לסטורג', עשית שם את המחשב.
אתה הולך לסטורג' עשית מחשב?
כן, אחר כך הולך...
איפה אתה עובד ב-14 סטריט?
לא, הלכתי למרפא, היה סגור.
היה סגור, תתקשר לפני שאתה הולך. תתאם, מה, סתם אתה הולך?
לא, זה פתוח.
תמיד תתקשר כל מקום לפני שאתה הולך.
איפה אתה? בסטורג'?
לא, אני בקווינס, אתה אומר.
בליון ספורט.
קווינס.
מה ישלח לי וידאו עם החברה שלו, לא יודע אם איזה בחורה פלטית שאומרת לי זאת הבת שלו.
לא יודע, הוא שולח כל מיני דברים ש... לא יודע, שאלתי אותו איפה הוא, הוא לא...
הוא אומר לי שזאת הבת שלו.
שאלתי אותו איפה הוא, לא...
אני אומר לך, אבל אתה אומר פעם, הייתי עם מישהי. היא אומרת לי שזאת הבת שלי. עשינו בדיקת DNA, ונתפרס שזו הבת שלי.
כן, סתם. תשלח למורי פוביץ שואלש. אתה יודע, התוכניות האלה.
You are the father.
כן.
You are the father.
99.9%. צ'ארלי צ'וצ'ו טריין. כן.
You are the father.
לא, הוא בפורטו ריקו או שהוא בניו יורק?
לא יודע, אמר שיצא לפורטו ריקו.
הוא אומר שהוא יצא... JFK, אומר שהוא נוסע ל-JFK.
אמר שהוא נוסע ל-JFK?
כן.
אתה הולך לפורטו ריקו עכשיו. אמרת ששם זה כמו ברזיל. זה היה ישראל, ברזיל.
כן. מה, פורטו ריקו?
תוכניות הלבנות, שמעים יותר טוב עם הלבנות.
כן, הרבה יותר טוב.
לעשות פריסה. קח את האוטובוס, גרסה ונעסק, יחזור לעשות.
תחפש את המעיל, למעיל גם תחפש פעם בשבוע.
גם את המעיל אני אחפש.
שאתה יודע, ריחות מהמעילים, שנופל קפה, אוכל וזה.
לא. תקרא לי מה ידיוק לו, זה רכבת.
תקנה אחר, תתפור, תסדר.
לא, לא מוכרים את המעיל.
מוכרים. אני הולך לאסוף את דניאלה.
איפה אתה בברוקלין? דניאלה. זה קריר היום.
דניאלה וגבריאלה, כן, קריר. אחד שם שלט על האופניים שלו פורסל. ואנשים קונים, אני גם שם אופניים ברחוב, אני שם שלט פורסל ואנשים קונים.
כן, אחד גנב אופניים וכסר אותם, אתה יודע עם מה?
עם חוט.
לא, יותר גרוע.
לא יודע.
אתה מכיר את הטפ הזה של הקאושיות שהמשטרה שמה?
כן.
חתיכה כזאת יקשר איתם את האופניים.
דווקא לא יגנבו לו. היום נראה בזיקים קושרים שרשרת כזו דקה.
כן. הוא בכלל קשרת עם הטפ הזה והלך. כן, זה אופניים טובות עכשיו.
אליסה, קוראים לה אליסה.
רציתי לצלם, הוא לא נתן לי.
פורטוגלי.
קניתי את האוזניות האלה, כמו שהבאתי למנואל. קניתי עוד כזה.
לא, יש אנשים, דבר אחר כך. אליסה, yeah? 74th.
Turn left.
I'm not crazy about her ideology either, but she does seem nice, but so what, you know? Lots of nice people out there. Oh, all right, I'm running late. I'll be right back.
Speed camera reported ahead. Turn left on 70th Street.
The Rangers are going to need a lot more time to get to know their new teammates. The Blue Shirts were in Jersey to take on the Devils with all three of their trade deadline acquisitions in the lineup last night. And after scoring 2 quick goals, the Rangers fell behind quick, letting in 7 goals last
In 900
night.
feet, turn left on Queens Boulevard, Service Road.
Devils beat the Rangers 7-3. The Islanders had a good night as well. They get a shutout from Semyon Varlamov in their 3-0 win over the Ottawa Senators. Checking in on basketball, the Knicks hosted the Hawks at Madison Square Garden yesterday. They felt the feeling that's become all too familiar. Trae Young had their number again. 45 points for the Atlanta point guard. Hawks beat the Knicks 117-111. The Knicks now sit at 30 wins, 42 losses on the season. They are dangerously close to being eliminated from playoff contention. That's your 77 WABC Sports Update. I'm Luke Legrano.
Which car brand do you think has been ranked the best by U.S. News? It's Mazda. And at Ramsey Mazda, they're proud of that distinction. But on top of that, Ramsey Mazda is one of the most awarded and respected Mazda dealers. The 5-star reviews if Russia invaded Ukraine. And it happened. And how does that impact us? Russia is the third largest oil producer globally. When Trump left, oil was at $40 a barrel. Today it's $100. The quantum is expected to go to $120. Biden shut down the XL pipeline and seems to be totally against fossil fuels. How does it feel every time you go to the pump or grocery store? Call Monetary Gold. Ask for the Greg Kelly Special. They'll give you their protection guide free. Plus, they'll give you an extra $5,000 in free gold and silver for new qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold at 1-888-32. That's 1-888-99.
Turn left on Queens Boulevard, Service Road. In 400 feet, turn right on 69th Street. Street. In a quarter of a mile, turn right on 41st Avenue.
Planning. How about you? He was flat wrong. Flat wrong. And remember, they always love to play those clips of Donald Trump saying, it could just blow away. Guess where he was getting that stuff from? He was getting it from China. He was getting it from Fauci. They were giving him all that kind of stuff. Bureaucrat. That's what we had. Bureaucrat, not a doctor. That's a problem. Let's see what else. NATO leaders head to Brussels for emergency summit.
Turn right on 41st Avenue.
I don't know. So is it just a piece of paper that we signed in 1948? When did we sign the NATO Accord? It was a long time ago. Article 5. One member of NATO is back.
In 900 feet, turn right on 74th Street.
1949. I missed it by a year. That was a wild guess, actually, on my part. 1949. Is that the reason why we're not going into Ukraine right now? Just because of the NATO membership? You're in NATO? I don't want to go into Ukraine. I don't want to mess with Putin any more than we already have. I want it done. I know that this would not be happening if Donald Trump were still in the White House. And a lot of it, yes, is personality-based. Imagine this. Imagine you have a boss. And everybody, we've all had different bosses, right? Some bosses are nice, some people are not nice, some bosses are pushovers, some are really tough.
Turn right on 74th Street.
Not necessarily what they do, it's how they act when they're around you, or when you're around them. It's how they make you feel. And they can get a hell of a lot out of you, from you, by their behavior. Donald Trump is not a guy Putin wanted on the phone. Vladimir, I know so much about you. Are you crazy or what? I'm crazy too.
In 400 feet, you'll arrive.
I know what I'll do to you. I will do horrible things, Vladimir. Horrible things to you and your family if you don't fix this right now.
You've arrived at your destination.
You've been here before? Pull to the side. Here, you have a little opening here. Here is good? Oh, good luck. You have a good day. Be safe. Well, Alisa.
Turn right on Woodside Avenue.
Woodside Avenue.
Anyway, what else should we be on the yeah.
Can you explain to me what Biden meant by New World Order? Because if you look in Google, New World Order means totalitarianism.
Well, the New World Order, I believe, was a phrase coined by George H.W. Bush. There will be a new world order, and we will not stand for aggression of any kind. There will be, and also it's
Speed camera.
In 800 feet, turn right on 71st Street.
There would be a new world order, and it wouldn't be the two superpowers opposed to each other. And geopolitically, everything kind of shifted. As to what Joe was talking about the other day, I saw those comments. I have no idea, and he has no idea. Gail, thank you. There's the music. Be right back.
This is the 77 WABC National News Update.
I'm Jennifer Broad. Starting in the Big Apple, labor statistics for the New York City region revealed that New York City's unemployment rate stands at 7.6%. This among the highest rate in major cities across the country. New York City's real estate prices have soared, but offices in Midtown Manhattan and the financial district remain empty as employees have chosen to work from home. As a result, subway ridership remains at 60% of pre-pandemic levels, and surrounding businesses in Manhattan have yet to totally bounce back. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has asked leaders of major companies in the city to prioritize getting workers back in the office to stimulate the city's economy. And the tourism industry has also taken a hit, failing to attract international travelers. Moving on, President Joe Biden heads to Europe under increasing pressure at home and abroad to do more to aid Ukraine. Biden is scheduled to attend a last-minute emergency meeting of NATO leaders in Brussels to discuss the response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. He is then scheduled to travel to Poland to meet with its president. Moving to Capitol Hill, Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson is returning to the Senate for a third day of hearings. In yesterday's marathon hearing, Republicans aggressively questioned Jackson on the sentences she has handed down to sex offenders in her 9 years as a federal judge, her advocacy on behalf of terror suspects at Guantanamo Bay, her thoughts on critical race theory, and even her religious views. Today's hearing is the second day of questioning and the third day of hearings after Jackson and the 22 members of the panel gave opening statements on Monday. Tomorrow, the committee will hear from legal experts before an eventual vote to move her nomination to the Senate floor. With your national news update for 77 WABC, I'm Jennifer Broad.
After 9/11,
Turn right on 71st Street.
Working or helping with the rescue, recovery, cleanup, or construction. Were you there between September 11th, 2001 and the summer of 2002? Have you been diagnosed with cancer?
You've arrived at your destination.
You answered yes, you may be eligible for unemployment. Noah established himself as one of the nation's leading experts on the 9/11 victim compensation. While recovering over $1 billion on their behalf.
This is for Andrew. How you doing?
Andrew, yes.
We're going to dental. It's Astoria.
In
Dental.
600 feet, turn left on 41st Avenue. Turn left on 41st Avenue. In 400 feet, turn left on 69th Street. Turn left on 69th Street. Turn left on 69th Street. In 600 feet, turn right on Woodside Avenue. Then turn left. Speed camera reported ahead. Turn right on Woodside Avenue. Then turn left on 68th Street. Turn left on 68th Street. In 800 feet, turn right to I-278 East, Brooklyn Queens Expressway, RFK Bridge. Turn right to I-278 East, Brooklyn Queens Expressway, RFK Bridge. I-278 East Triborough Bridge toward Manhattan, Bronx. In 3/4 of a mile, keep right to exit 44, Astoria Boulevard West. In half a mile, use the right lane to keep right. Keep right to exit 44, Astoria Boulevard West.
You want me to tell you who he is?
Let me tell you who you think he is. You think he's some guy who has...
In 900 feet, turn right on 43rd Street.
Okay, somebody had to say it. You didn't say it, I know. But I know that's what you were getting at, even though I've never heard of Larry Sinclair. So, where did you hear that?
I'm a certain age,
Turn right on 43rd Street.
Who is Larry Sinclair anyway? Who is he?
he said he had an encounter sponsor, let's put it that way, with Obama in the backseat of a limousine, smoking crack and doing other things.
In 900 feet,
You don't
turn
remember
left
that?
on Ditmars
No, I don't
Boulevard.
think it was a big story. I mean, do you think the Main Street... Look, back then I was probably reading the New York Times and thinking I was getting all the news. So I've not always been, free from the fake news. For a long time they had me fooled as well. So I never... Then again, not everything you hear or read about is true. And when you're the President of the United States, a lot of people come forward and say a lot of things about you. And it doesn't mean they're true. So let's see here. Barack Obama and Larry Sinclair. Oh boy, book by Lawrence Sinclair. I don't know anything about this guy. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Obama accuser has
Turn
a long
left
rap
on
sheet.
Ditmars Boulevard.
Oh, they did do stories about this guy. Let's see. This is in Politico, 2008. Larry Sinclair is wanted in Colorado, but you can catch him today at the National Press Club. Sinclair is familiar to political junkies like you, Brooklyn, and reporters as the source of outlandish allegations about Senator Barack Obama. Tales that began with sex and drugs and moved on to murder. The Duluth, Minnesota resident is the sort of figure who appears at the margins of every presidential campaign. And both Presidents George W. Bush and Bill Clinton had their own obscure accusers with dramatic allegations. That's true, and you got to give me that. I pointed that out. But as the old media ignores him, Sinclair is taking full advantage of the internet, blah, 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 blah. All right, I don't know what to make of this. Looks like...
I was just...
No, you.
I was just saying how they'll play up Stormy Daniels and they'll
In
have
half
her
a
on
mile,
TV,
you'll
and they'll
arrive.
do the interviews and the questions and the inquiry about her and Trump, but you will never hear Tony Bobolinsky get the same scrutiny or Larry Sinclair get the same scrutiny.
Well, that's right. You're right about that. And if this guy were saying something about Donald Trump, yeah, we'd know his name. Everybody would know his name. It is amazing how that works, isn't it? It's so unbelievably unfair. And, man. By the way, now you remind me of the Twitter situation. Twitter is so woke, Twitter is so left, and they're intimidating conservatives. They're intimidating people I know. And every now and then, I even take a moment, I'm like, uh-oh, do I really want to risk it? The answer is, invariably, yes, I do. I want to push the envelope. I want to push buttons, especially on Twitter. And I'm so disgusted that they are canceling Charlie Kirk, that they are on Twitter. You can't cancel Charlie Kirk, all right? Come on, he's too big for that. But getting him off of Twitter, getting the Babylon Bee off of Twitter, this is dangerous, dangerous stuff. And they're trying to shape our behavior and our thoughts. I can't stand it, Brooklyn. All right, thank you. Hey, Brooklyn, are you the one who wants to be my personal assistant?
Yes, Greg.
Well, whatever happened with that?
I don't know. You never called, but then again, you're not the first guy I've given my number to. That's never.
Oh, stop that. Now, I'm going to tell my guy here, once again, you print it up for me and give it to me, okay? Print it up. And in walks Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor. They're going to give you some headphones in a second. Thank you very much, Brooklyn. As he gets wired up, I am very, very fired up about the laptop, about Ashley Biden's diary, a couple of other things we'll talk about. But before I go there, let's do this with Sandy in New Jersey. Hi, Sandy.
Thanks so much for taking my call. I love listening to you. A wealth of information. Two things. Number one, I was in Costco and I was looking for the book Laptop from Hell, and they didn't have it.
How about that?
I think that's interesting. I got in touch with them, and they always text me. I think
You'll arrive in 1,000 feet.
we don't know if or when.
So Rudy Giuliani just walked in the room, and just before, what was the other thing you wanted to say?
The other thing I wanted to ask you was, does Justice Thomas have full-time 24/7 security around him?
Off the top of my head, the answer is no, but let's bring in the expert. Rudy Giuliani has come in a little bit early for his show. Mr. Mayor, welcome.
Great to be with you, Greg.
Does justices get full-time security?
Not usually, unless there's a special, in other words, it's not a regular thing. Sometimes they get threats, and then they'll have security for as long as the threat remains.
It's kind of wild. I mean, I should think that an associate justice of the Supreme Court would get full-time security. And I actually ran into Scalia once, and I asked him, I heard a rumor that you drive yourself, to and from work. And he said, that's actually true. I do get driven, from event to event to event, but when it's time to go home, he's got to drive himself home.
I used to live 2 blocks from the street where I used to run those days. And I would always run at the time Justice Stevens was coming in. He would stop and have a talk with me. He was a cool guy, and I always disagreed with him. In fact, one case I argued before the Supreme Court. It was 8-1. He voted against me. I used to see him driving in, and he would stop, and he knew I worked in the Justice Department, and he was like very friendly.
John Paul Stevens.
Gerald
Ford's appointment, right?
Yeah, in fact, I was in the Justice Department when he made that appointment. I worked on that.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, but he was and they all were. Every once in a while, I'd see Scalia driving in, and he would wave, because I knew Scalia from the Ford administration.
Yeah. It seems like, they deserve more. They deserve some perks. Because, quite frankly, they're all in for a pretty big pay cut, these guys. I mean...
yeah, and they work hard. That's a scholarly job. Yes, your law clerks can help you. They pride themselves on doing a lot of the writing themselves. And they certainly have to do all the thinking themselves. And there's a lot of thinking in that job.
So a couple of things. Number one, it hasn't received nearly as much attention as the laptop. We'll talk about the laptop, but Ashley Biden's diary. These Biden kids can't keep track of their stuff. Here's what's going on, as far as I know, and anything you'd like to share. But look, we now know that the diary is hers. It was published by National File in the fall of 2020. I read it. Turns out that she left it in some house that she was renting. Got turned over to Project Veritas. Now the New York Times is covering the story, but it's not about the diary itself. It's about, what laws may have been broken in uncovering the diary. They never seem to ask that of conservatives, of liberals, who get their hands on, say, Donald Trump's tax returns.
Yeah, or how about all the documents that the Times has gotten out of the State Department and
Pentagon Papers?
Pentagon Papers. Court held First Amendment protection, but it was a theft of government property, which is a felony. That was government property, not declassified. It wasn't a crime for the Times. In other words, it was a crime for the people stealing it. But no, the First Amendment overrides. Wouldn't that be the case here? Her diary, particularly given all the complexities of this family, would be enormously important. It stops being personal once the guy is president, and the guy is revealed to have been involved in a lot of crimes.
Well, and the part that's relevant, and I'm sorry, look, I think basically everybody should do what Davy Jones did in the Brady Bunch. If you find some girl's diary, return it. However, Mike Brady, if he ran for president, it would be news. And in that diary, Ashley Biden says that her father took showers with her at an inappropriately advanced age.
And in the hard drive are inappropriate photographs that amount to, according to New York City detectives, not Rudy Giuliani, who I had examined them, child pornography, which I was required to report.
Turn left on 29th
Street. Delaware
Street.
Police. They had it for a year and a half. The commandant of the Delaware Police treated us like we were defendants until I did the following. I stuck the pictures in front of him, and I said to him, what the hell did you do about that? Under your law, you're supposed to visit the house to protect the girl. Did you do it? He never answered my question. He walked out, and they treated us like kings from then on. Yeah. But they did nothing about it.
You know, I heard something from one of your successors at the U.S. Attorney's Office. I have a feeling you guys are not, close, but Preet Bharara.
Yeah.
And he's made the thing I don't like about him is he made a spectacle of getting fired. Like, he's known for getting fired. You know what I mean? By Trump.
Yeah.
That was a big splash.
Which, by the way, is
customary.
Of course. Yeah. 92 change every time a new party comes in.
But here's what Preet said. He said that he's making noise about Hunter getting indicted. It looks like he's going to get indicted. That's the inside word.
Hunter should not get indicted.
Why not?
No, he's saying Hunter shouldn't be indicted.
No, he's saying it looks like he might be indicted.
Oh. Well, I mean, probably it's going to be too little too late.
But when the left starts saying that, and the New York Times starts kind of prepping the battlefield, it looks like it's going to happen.
Yeah, but I believe it's a cover. I think they realize they have to indict him for something.
Turn left on 23rd Avenue.
In there. So they're going to indict him for some stupid little tax evasion. some stupid little failure to file, which may not be a crime, and they're going to leave 31 million Chinese bribe dollars on the table because the money goes to Joe.
Yeah.
Do not grant any good faith to this Justice Department. It's a completely political operation. They would not indict Hunter if they didn't have to, and they wouldn't indict Hunter if it was part of the scheme to cover up other things. I mean, even
Turn left on 23rd Avenue.
Junk they were writing about. There's so many more. You know, once you look at the hard drive, you look at that and you say, I'm not going to pay attention to that. My goodness, I got money coming from the two biggest enemies of the United States to the Vice President of the United States, Russia and China. I mean, that would be like Roosevelt getting money from Germany and Italy during the Second World War. I've got pedophilia. I've got unbelievable transactions. We got a straight-out bribe to the president of the Ukraine. Then, if you dig into the Ukraine, the 18 million that Biden's got is nothing compared to the 100 million that Poroshenko got. We got like real crime. This would be like you prosecuted John Gotti for going through traffic lights.
Right. Hey, I got to get you on the crime situation in New York. We have a safety patrol now. Have you heard about this?
Turn right on 31st Street.
St. Anne's Grammar School. You know St. Anne's Grammar School in Stewart Manor.
It sounds like
I loved it. I had a badge. I had a nice, it was one of the proudest days of my life.
You're a homeowner. You got kids for running in the hall. You weren't supposed to run in the hall.
Oh, yeah. And then I even got to direct traffic a little bit.
So, here's the deal. He's handing out T-shirts, and he's, press conferences. De Blasio did the same thing, handed out a bunch of jackets that said counterterrorism on it. He has no idea what to do, does he?
What are we now, 3 months into it, and we're up like 50%? So, I'm thinking of the bad old years. I don't think we ever had a year in the bad old years up more than 10%.
Yeah, no, it's...
You've arrived at your destination.
You remember, I'm trying to think going back before the 80s.
But do me a favor, Mr. Mayor, we got to take one? We got to take one. And do me a favor, Madeline Albright, did you find that Cuban stuff? Oh, good. When we come back. Be right back.
Greg Kelly, 77 WABC.
Hey folks, Sid here, running instead of the morning for Newsmax TV. Everyone is talking about the Ukraine war and Russia, but is America doing enough to help Ukraine in this dangerous moment for freedom? Newsmax TV is covering the war around the clock with their top correspondents in Kyiv and around the globe. Newsmax is your trusted source and represents your American values. Even President Trump says, quote, Newsmax is really good. Now, Newsmax is conducting an urgent national poll. They want to know if you support a no-fly zone and if you approve of Joe Biden's handling of this crisis. They're also asking if Trump
I'm here.
would have stopped
The address.
I'm in the parking lot. Where are you?
In the parking lot. Come to, you see there's a blue car in the corner. I don't know which. I'll come to the corner, the address you put. Come to 31 Street and let me see the corner. Okay, 31 Street. Morris?
Avner?
Yeah.
You said you were in the corner. So
Yeah, I'm right here. This is the address. Yeah, let's go.
In 300 feet, turn left on 23rd Road, then turn right.
Welcome. Okay, let's go. Morris, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
On to the next one.
BC. Afternoon news brief.
That was right there. The rocking lot.
Oh, okay.
Red light camera ahead. Turn left on 23rd Road, then turn right on 33rd Street.
Her family announces Wednesday President Bill Clinton chose Albright as America's top diplomat in 1996. At the time, she was the highest-ranking woman in the history of the U.S. government. Madeleine Albright was 84. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said Wednesday the Biden administration made a formal determination Russian troops had committed war crimes in Ukraine. Blinken says this is based on, quote, careful review of public and intelligence sources, adding the U.S. will share this information with its allies and partners who are investigating allegations of war crimes and crimes against humanity. It's day 3 of nomination hearings before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Republican Senator Ted Cruz asked Jackson about books at the Georgetown Day School. Jackson sits on the board of the school. Cruz asked Brown if she agrees with the book that babies are born racist. Senator, I do not believe that any child should be made to feel as though they are racist or though they are...
Turn right on 33rd Street.
Or though they are less than, that they are victims, that they are oppressors. I don't believe in any of that. Republican Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri attacked Jackson's sentencing record related to trial.
In 500 feet, turn left on 24th Avenue. Turn left on 24th Avenue.
As a mother and a judge who have had to deal with these cases, I was thinking that nothing could be further from the truth.
In 700 feet, turn right on 37th Street.
Tornadoes have been ripping through the country, wreaking havoc. Louisiana is sending 300 National Guard troops to the New Orleans area, where tornadoes flipped cars, ripped off rooftops, and killed at least one person. One tornado that tore through a suburb of New Orleans actually lifted a house into the air and dropped it into the middle of the street. There was a family of 3 inside. The parents of a girl climbed out screaming for help. Their daughter was on a breathing machine and trapped inside. Firefighters rescued her. The St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis told ABC's Good Morning America.
You know, it's pretty bad. We have about a 2-mile stretch of where this tornado tore through our community. We have 1 confirmed death. We only had 7 injuries report at the hospital, which I think is a miracle when you walk through these neighborhoods. We have houses that were lifted up, and now they sit in the middle of the street. We have, houses in an area that are totally leveled.
McGinnis adding the girl rescued from the house is in the hospital and, quote, doing fine. A Chinese aviation official said Wednesday morning one of the 2 black box recorders from the fatal crash of China Eastern flight involving a Boeing 737-800 was recovered. It's reported to be badly damaged, so much so the director of the Accident Investigation Division said they can't tell if the black box they found is the flight data recorder or the cockpit voice recorder. They're searching for the second box. Monday's crash in southern China killed all 132 people on board. There may be a vax solution for kids under 6. Moderna says its COVID-19 vaccine works in babies, toddlers, and preschoolers. Wednesday, the company announced early findings from a study on children under 6. Now, if regulators agree the small doses are safe and effective, we could start seeing kids under 6 getting the vaccine by this summer. President Biden expected to arrive in Belgium Wednesday night. He'll attend a high-stakes meeting in Brussels with G7, NATO, and European Union leaders. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told reporters the president's meeting...
Speed camera reported ahead.
...sanctions and a tightening of existing sanctions on Russia following its invasion of Ukraine.
he will have the opportunity to coordinate on the next phase of military assistance to Ukraine. He will join our partners in imposing further sanctions on Russia and tightening the existing sanctions to crack down on evasion and to ensure robust enforcement.
Sullivan didn't expand on the details of the new sanctions. He did say more information will be made available in the coming days. NATO estimating 7,000 to 15,000 Russian soldiers have been killed in the past month while fighting in Ukraine. A senior NATO military official said Wednesday these estimates are based on information received from Ukrainian officials, Russia, and open sources. The official spoke on condition of anonymity under ground rules set by NATO. Your forecast in the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center. Clouds rolling today with rain expected after 5 p.m., high near around 50. And then tonight we have some rain, lows around 40. And for Thursday, unfortunately, rainy again, highs in the low 50s. It's 48 degrees and hazy at 3:05. From the 77 WABC Midtown Manhattan studios, I'm Jacqueline Carl. Traffic and transit is next. The news never stops at WABCRadio.com. Up next, the Rudy Giuliani Show.
WABC Traffic and Transit.
Eastbound Belt at Shell Road, we have an accident taking out the right lane. Traffic is backed up from Bay Parkway, exit 5.
Turn right on 37th Street.
Pennsylvania Avenue, exit 14 and exit 15. You've got construction set up in the road there, so expect a slow roll through that spot. And then taking a look at New Jersey, Garden State Parkway northbound between the Bergen Tolls, northbound side, and exit 160 Paramus Road. Just a lot of stop-and-go traffic. Transit is a good way to go. It's on our close alternate side is in effect for today. And I'm Jacqueline Carl with your traffic update on 77 WABC.
Rudy Giuliani.
Welcome to the Rudy Giuliani Show. And I'm so happy you're with us today. We've got, I'd say, a lot of news to cover, but some of it is really, really fundamentally confusing. I mean, they're beginning to shake up my own thinking here. So let's listen. Now, this is a candidate for the United States Supreme Court, educated at what are considered to be the greatest institutions in our country. And tell me if this surprises you that you can't answer this question. Cut 11.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman? Can I provide a definition? Yeah, I can. You can? Not in this context. So I'm not a biologist.
So, I don't know, there should have been a little more questioning, like, is there a context in which you could define a woman? And then finally, do you have any children? And what do you call them? Well, she happens to have, according to the newspapers, 2 daughters. But I would kind of help her because this might like trigger some intellectual opening for her. Because obviously she's not that quick or smart, even though she had this wonderful education. So I would say, do you have any children? And she would say, yes. And then I would say, well, what are they? What do you mean by that? Well, what sex are they? And she would say, I can't tell. Well, what do you say? They're 2 daughters. And then I say, well, you see, the 2 daughters, well, they're like, so when your 2 daughters get older, they're like women. And do you have a husband? She would say, yes. I'd say, well, what is he? What would you call him? I hope she would say a man. I said, now you got it. What's her first name? Kendall? Hey, Kendall, you got it now, baby. So the ones that look and dress and are anatomically outfitted like your daughters are women. And the ones that look and dress and are anatomically laid out or put together like your husband are men. So now, we at least have a Supreme Court justice that knows the difference between men and women. Now, if you can't define woman, you think you're qualified for the court? I don't know. I'm joking around a little, right? But isn't she joking around with us when she says she can't define woman? Isn't she insulting us when she does that? I mean, isn't she so woke that any intelligence that she might have is useless? You can't define woman? I mean, gavel down. Let's get a new candidate for the Supreme Court. She can't define woman. I don't know, maybe I put the gavel down when I found out that she never once
Turn left on Astoria Boulevard South.
a child molester in prison. The amount of time the prosecutor asked for, she always reduced the sentence. I haven't heard an explanation for it. Were they all very, very unfair cases? Were they all just kind of like...
In 2.8 miles. Keep left to I-678 toward Van Wyck Expressway, Whitestone Bridge, Kennedy Airport.
Or basically sexual abuse. What is this thing about? In California, they reduced the sentences for pedophile. The Democrats did. What's going on? I don't get it. We should be able to do stuff like this. Matters about children. Matters about sex. Accusing a child should outrage everyone. Right? And I think if we follow the science, then the science says that pedophilia is not curable. At least not by any modern technique. So when you're dealing with that kind of crime, you're dealing with a permanent lifetime.
Red light camera ahead.
You know, I was in law enforcement a very, very long time, and the two things that are very really required to have decent law enforcement in this country are democracy. One of it is to separate politics. Anybody who has a tendency to use a different standard of proof, whether Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, is, in my view, not only unethical, but I mean, they are defiling the most precious thing we have, which is respect for the law. And how much that defiling has taken place in the last 4 or 5 years in the effort to cast aside any law, any regulation.
Speed camera reported ahead.
I don't know how bad you thought Trump was, but he is nowhere in the category where you would cast aside any. This is not good. You know, I mean, this is not. I'm not sure you should cast aside every law that's written. That's a good argument. I would say the argument is pretty clear here. But that's the question of that Lindsey Graham law, which is an interesting question to raise. You know, is it justified to kill a dictator who can kill a lot of people? So I think you can almost use that by example. Very few people wouldn't agree that it would have been better if we had assassinated Hitler somewhere in Syria, before we got to the final solution. So, in addition to the 6 million Jewish people, 6 million other people slaughtered in concentration camps, that doesn't count the people that he slaughtered in villages. And he avoided villages, actually, in some cases, not as viciously as because some of these countries he took over were partially cooperative. He didn't have to do the destruction that they did. When he got to Russia, he was not taking over Czechoslovakia and Poland or whatever. But he had resistance. And he had to kill a lot of people. But he didn't have the level. He had a better army. But the reality is, I imagine I'd like to find an officer who would argue with me that you shouldn't have killed Hitler in 1934, 35, or 36. Because murder. Murder's got to be approached with tremendous sanctity and with tremendous care and with... Let me tell you a story about Donald Trump that's going to surprise you maybe or maybe not. And they came out here with the name of much deeper things. just like Biden's a coward, and a liar, and a bullet. I mean, you don't tell people, red line, use chemical weapons, and I'm going to bomb you. Then you don't do it. Then you don't do it. Then you don't do it. That's how you become not a leader, which Biden has done in massive technicolor and neon lights by constantly saying, I'm not going to use truth, not going to use truth, no truth, no truth, no. Vladimir, there'll be no truth, no fly zone. Oh, no fly zone. I don't want to have a confrontation with you. I'm so scared, Come on. Pathetic. Lindsey Graham, to his credit, although my initial thing was to disagree with him about killing Putin. When I thought about it the next day, I said, this is a much, much closer question. It's not, it doesn't have an obvious answer like that, but whatever Putin is so far yet, it's not. Could he be Hitler? Does he show tendencies of being Hitler? He sure does. So does Xi Jinping. We have no idea how many people. We know as a rough number that in the beginning of the communist era, they have slaughtered 60 million of their own people. I don't know all of history, but numbers in ancient days were not kept, but we didn't have populations that we have today. Hard for me to believe there's ever been a dictator or a group of dictators or a philosophy like communism that resulted in the killing of 60 million of your own people, which, by the way, all by itself should be a reason why young people should turn away from communism and socialism. You don't need anything else, need to know anything else, then it always turns violent. And it turns violent because there is a principle of Marx and Engels and Lenin and Stalin and there's a principle, operating principle at the core of it that kind of swirls around, and then it always results in violence, and then it often results in massive violence, like the Black Lives Matter movement is a communist movement. I know they don't tell you that, but it's run by three trained, proud monks. If you look at its manifesto, they say, based on, without any doubt, its manifesto, including the idea of grabbing the children away from you and having the state educate them because you don't really know how to educate them. And either knowingly or unknowingly, the Democrat Party has been captured by that because the communist-inspired teachers union have gotten them to do it. That's why you get guys like McCullough saying parents should have nothing to do with children. Or, for example, the woman who wrote 1619, who is, for all intents and purposes, part of the Black Lives Matter movement, part of the defund the police movement. She said, well, parents should have nothing to do with children's educational curriculum because they don't know anything about it. She feels incapable of doing anything about it. Wait a second, didn't she write a history? In other words, she's incapable of helping her kids with history. She's going to tell you our kids history. Maybe that's the reason why it is garbage. She isn't a historian. She's a chemist. That's a person who writes political garbage. Just ask really, if you think they have any intellectual capacity at all, they lost it a long time ago.
Speed camera reported ahead.
You can publish 1619 history, then you're a fool. You're being used by communism to try to take over the United States. You have the inability to see it. I mean, it's the kind of newspaper that took 16 months to figure out that the hard drive was authentic when it took me 3 days. No? Is that because I'm a lot smarter than them? Or is it because I'm a lot more honest than they are? They figure it out when you take it from. When you come right back up to the Vikings, the answer.
Red light camera ahead. In 1,000 feet, use the left 2 lanes to keep left to I-678 toward Van Wyck Express.
Coming up at 3:55 p.m. Listen to Rudy Giuliani for the Tunnel Towers Foundation Mayor's Final Thoughts on 77 WABC.
We may have to say goodbye to George Floyd. We're about to see the endless flower. Joe Biden signed an executive order to distribute money. This executive order piggybacks off Democrat Bill 3571.
Keep left to I-678 toward Van Wyck Expressway, Whitestone Bridge, Kennedy Airport.
Financial censorship. Wired magazine said digital currency issued by a central bank can be used as a tool for governments to warn citizens NBC News says that cash
In 900 feet, use the right lane to keep right to I-678 South, Van Wyck Expressway toward Kennedy Airport. Keep right to I-678 South, Van Wyck Expressway toward Kennedy Airport.
based on the number of photographs that they received in the mail. And that made total sense. Before, when we didn't have the internet, when we didn't have distribution, but the way that the guideline is now structured, based on that set of circumstances, is leading to extreme disparities in the system because it's so easy for people to get volumes of this kind of material now by computers.
I guess this means the following. That volume used to be the basis for determining what kind of sentence you got. So if you had only one or two, you got a short sentence. If you had 50, 60, 100, 1,000, you got a bigger one. But nowadays, because of the internet, it's much easier to get 1,000. So therefore, it isn't as big a crime if you have 1,000 pictures of little children in sexual poses or whatever you would define. Well,
In half a mile, use the right lane to take exit 12A, College Point Boulevard, I-495 East, Eastern Long Island.
3 months for a pedophile. And she called a Bush a war criminal. And what was it on the Supreme Court? I know, it's hard. Everybody be called a racist. I don't know, close your eyes. Take away white, brown, pink, yellow. If it was a white woman, she said...
In 1,000 feet, exit right.
...a pedophile. Or George Bush is a war criminal, or once was a war criminal. In responding to the vicious...
Exit right to exit 12A, College Point Boulevard, I-495 East, Long Island Expressway toward Eastern Long Island. Speed camera reported ahead.
What's going on? What's the sickness that produces that? What's the sickness that produces not being able to define a man and a woman? What is it? It isn't funny anymore. You know why it's not funny anymore? Because you're destroying our country. You want to destroy, and then with the threat of packing the court, you want to destroy our form of government and our way of life. The same philosophy, the same food. And as somebody like Jackson said, I can't define man or woman. There's one that says,
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on Main Street.
that'll go along with a country that can't defend itself. And it's going to have an army that's trained in being very diverse and very unable to kill anybody. Or a country in which people will pay 70% taxes so that most people don't have to work. All of these ideas are connected together. It's not like separate ideas. You can't defend it. You can't define a man and a woman. Or you give pedophiles 3 months. Or you defund the police, which she was in favor of, but or you somehow call President Bush, who was defending his country against the worst domestic...
Turn left on Main Street.
You call him a war criminal? Is this the kind of balance we want for the Supreme Court of the United States? We want somebody on the Supreme Court of the United States who can't define a woman. You call Bush a war criminal? Huh? And her record has been one in which she falls over backwards. Foolish.
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Elder Avenue.
Well, there's another side to it that the left-wing ideologues don't realize. That results in the death of innocent people. So criminals, the more crimes they commit, and the more innocent people are victims. If you don't get that, you don't belong to judicial responsibility, much like the Supreme Court of the United States.
Speed camera reported ahead.
We'll be back.
Turn right on Elder Avenue.
And also we'll chat with the mayor. We got a couple lined up, really good calls, and we'll go into a couple of more subjects equally as perplexing as this.
In 400 feet, turn right on Holden Street. Turn right on Holden Street.
Coming up at 3:55 p.m. Listen to Rudy Giuliani for the Tunnel and Towers Foundation.
You've arrived at your destination.
Here is good. Oh, good luck. Have a good day.
Adding new lift right to queue.
City-side medical clinic uses the most powerful form of wave therapy, shown by Cambridge to repair blood vessels and get rid of ED at its core.
In 700 feet, turn left.
Erectile dysfunction, call us now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also include something unique that produces immediate results in the bedroom. And today only, we're offering 3 additional treatments for our patients free. This means that if you notice results fading, we'll retreat you free of charge. is unprecedented and worth $1,000. Call today and qualify free. 646-715-5555. That's 646-715-5555. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Cityside Medical Clinic now to qualify. This offer ends today. 646-715-5555.
Turn left on Geranium Avenue. In 800 feet, turn left on Casena Boulevard.
Casena Boulevard. Casena Boulevard. What's up, people? What's up? Who's in the building? On to the next one. Amazon.
The cash is electronic. The government just erased 2% of your money every year. You have as little as $25,000 outside of the system. From the greedy hands and breach of socialist Democrats like Joe Biden, I implore you to get monetary goals complementary protection. Die. Call 888-204-2141. Tell them Rudy Giuliani sent you. And the guide is free. Visit them at monetarygoals.com.
Turn left on Casena Boulevard.
Kiss my ass.
Sunday morning at 10. We should get people to ask questions.
Kiss my
Dr. Maria Ryan, sponsored by the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. We get to talk to the people who really run this country and the people for whom this country was created. Talk Radio 77 WABC and WABCRadio.com.
Turn right on 45th Avenue.
Rain, go away. You come back another day.
In 800 feet, turn left on Bone Street.
It's getting cold outside. It's freezing street. Freezing. Freezing.
Turn left on Bone Street.
Bone Street.
This journey, John, has just been so incredible for me because I am.
In 400 feet, you'll arrive.
Sweet. Sweet.
You've arrived at your destination.
Pregnant mama. Pregnant hot mama. Yeah. This for Zena, yeah? Zena,
In 300 feet, turn right. Turn right on Cherry Avenue. In 800 feet, turn left on Parsons Boulevard. Turn left on Parsons Boulevard. In half a mile, turn left on Northern Boulevard.
Sounds an awful lot like George Orwell, right? It is George Soros. I mean, now we see that the guy who put up the most money gets his money's worth out of Dota. The guy that's the biggest sponsor in money, or pretty close to the biggest sponsor in money, of Antifa, Black Lives Matter, which is a completely manifesto, is a rewrite of Karl Marx's manifesto. You really have to be uneducated in Western history in the 19th and 20th century not to realize that. It follows the guidelines without any question, and you can go back to some of my podcasts way back, and I predicted this earlier than most. I summed it up with one that I did for the end of last year called Express Me to Mark's Week. You've been on that for a long time, only realizing it, really, or all of us realizing it, in the last 2 years. Because he is distributing to hide it. But imagine what would have happened if you asked him, when he said that, the press asked him to define New World Order. Can you imagine the moronic, idiotic, ridiculously simplistic, childish explanation you would have gotten? Do you actually think Joe Biden is capable of defining what he means by the New World Order? First of all, I know Joe Biden for 35 years. He wouldn't have been capable of it 20 years ago. He would have stumbled and bumbled and gone to try to find someone to write it out for him and tell him. Because his ability to analyze and to think is extremely impaired by a very low intellect. Now it's extremely impaired by illness. But the words are very dangerous words. This New World Order, the person most famous for that expression is his now patient, George Soros. So I don't know if you follow the money.
In 900 feet, use the left lane to turn left on Northern Boulevard. Speed camera reported ahead.
He proclaimed during the campaign for president that China is really pretty harmless and not really an enemy of the United States. A lot of people thought that just came from his well-known stupidity about foreign policy enunciated by the state who was the defense secretary in Obama's administration that Biden has never been correct about a matter of foreign policy his entire life, which seems like an overstatement, but it's not. But he's going to go over there to Europe and work on the New World Order. Yeah, but now Soros is not mentally deficient.
Turn left on Northern Boulevard.
New World Order is the end of the United States government. But when I tell you they want to change our form of government, the New World Order wants to make us subservient to an international government, a kind of bigger EU that would encompass the U.S. This is what you voted for. Maybe. And then she has another one I wouldn't even go through it recently, and then she keeps repeating the same words. And what is it? Is there like is there a requirement that you can't get in the White House if you have over 100 IQ? Mine says IQ is 132. But I don't remember like IQ numbers. I think that's like pretty high. Whatever the right number is for dummy, that's his IQ. But this isn't about IQ now. This is about ideology. It's about where they're taking the country. It's about destroying our form of government, our institution. It's starting to make sense now why they want to protect the Supreme Court. During the pandemic and taking over like they were little petty dictators. It's all starting to make sense. Not a third of the way through that, I kind of got the point of it. I saw the connection to the Marxist continuum to taking over a government. Wow, when you start saying New World Order, you're really signaling pretty hard. If you want to get rid of our democracy, you want to get rid of our founders, you tear their statues down, you allow kneeling during our national anthem, and it's okay to burn our flag. So you obviously want something different. So let's go to Joe. Let's see what he has to say. Joe, how are you? How are you?
I have a response to Kamala Harris's asinine remarks comparing January 6th to 9/11.
I'd love to hear that.
I just wanted to say that I compare the Biden-Harris presidency to 9/11. What do you think of that one?
I would reject that too, Joe. To me, 9/11 is something very unique, very hurtful. And I have to tell you, Joe, I'm disappointed that you said that. I just don't think we should start. You want to compare it to something? I don't know. Compare it to Pearl Harbor, I guess, if you want, or compare it to what Putin is doing. But I mean, the Biden-Harris administration should be compared to Benedict Arnold. I'm at the point where I think.
In a quarter of a mile, use the right lane to exit to Grand Central Parkway, Eastern Long Island, RFK Bridge.
Every day is sell out our country. So, no, I would not. September 11th. Let's go to Jay in Ohio. Hi, Jay.
Exit right to Grand Central Parkway, Eastern Long Island, RFK Bridge. In 1,000 feet, use the right 2 lanes to keep right. Keep right to exit 13C, Grand Central Parkway West, LaGuardia Airport, Triborough Bridge. In 3.4 miles, take exit 45, 31st Street.
You take like the money from the years, I've given Pop half of everything I earn. I'm required to give Pop half of everything I earn, plus I pay all the expenses for the family. That's how the conspiracy or the racketeering enterprise worked. And you could almost confine it to when Biden was appointed point man by Obama, which happened 4 times. He had objectives to achieve for the United States. He miserably failed in achieving those objectives. He never got one, and his family, in each one of those cases, made millions. Let's go to Jim. Let's go to Jim.
Hello, Grandpa Rudy. How you doing?
Great, I love that. Good. My Gracie's beautiful.
This is the sweetest word in the world. I'm a grandpa, too. Good. I despise Putin as every decent human being does. But I believe if I were one of his advisors, I have a way he could avoid punishment if he were captured. He goes to a hospital in Moscow, has a sex change operation, and then if he sees, he claims he's transgender, and therefore he's being... Rudy, by the way, I'm not a conservative. I'm a centrist. But I think that's...
I think maybe you're a comedian. That's pretty good.
Is that... if he did... And of course, he would be one ugly, whatever he be, you know. But if he were...
You know, I have a feeling if you said he was ugly, that's a capital offense in Russia.
Might be capital offense in parts of the Congresswoman Omar's district. I don't know. But the thing is, to me, wouldn't it be the perfect way for him to avoid punishment? Perhaps.
You got to call more often, Jim.
Oh, I will, Rudy.
You add a certain humor to these things that's really very, very funny. But I mean, he really would screw everybody up if he. But I have a feeling that this guy's a real macho man. You know, with those pictures of him on the horse, and he claims he can lift, 600 pounds. Do you remember? I don't know how old you are. Do you remember Mao used to do this? Mao once claimed that he swam like about 600 miles of the Yangtze River.
Yeah, he's like the Kim Jong-un, the guy in North Korea who got 8 holes in one and 9 in one round of golf. Right? You know, these people are crazy.
Yeah, they are, and they think that people are stupid. So what did you think? I'd love to get your comment on this. What did you think of the Supreme Court Justice nominee not being able to define the word woman?
Well, I'm no lawyer, and I don't play one on TV, but my thought is because society has changed so greatly. I mean, the very fact that you have to say they now. When I was in school, if I said they for a singular person, the nun would have whacked my hand. And it was he or she or it or they or MX or PS or whatever the heck it is. The point is that lawyers have to be precise. So I will give her that much environment. You can't read and define the stuff legally. Just open that, I'll call you tomorrow.
All right. Well, you call me tomorrow. This is great because we talk about such serious subjects. You have to have some humor. So we'll be back very shortly with the mayor's final words. Let me see if I can make it humorous.
The Rudy Giuliani Show on 77 WACC.
On 9/11, 2,977 people were killed in terrorist attacks on American soil. The Tunnels to Towers Foundation has been supporting America's heroes and their families ever since. When a first responder or military service member doesn't come home and young children are left behind, Tunnels to Towers pays off their mortgage to lift the financial burden and bring their families some stability. For catastrophically injured veterans and first responders, Tunnels to Towers builds mortgage-free smart homes, enabling our most seriously injured heroes to live more independent lives. And now, through Operation Home Base, Tunnels to Towers is gifting tiny homes to homeless veterans. Our nation's heroes, people who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities, need your help. Help these heroes and their families. Join Tunnels to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Long Talk Podcast with Tony Dito.
No deals. For my
In half a mile, use the right lane to exit right.
Cares for catastrophically wounded warriors who need special homes built for them and builds those homes. And it cares for the families that are left behind by those uniformed service members, military and domestic law enforcement.
Exit right to exit 45, 31st Street.
For the mortgage left behind or other expenses to the left behind. And all you have to do to help them is to make out a check or a money order or a wire transfer for $11 a month to T2T.org. It's T2T.org. It really is something that you should look into.
In 900 feet, turn right on 28th Street.
So my final thoughts today are going to focus on the Supreme Court justice, because there's a political correctness that moves in favor of just, taking her because we have to, because we're going to look racist if we don't. Now, let's take race and gender, if you can define gender. I don't even know if I'm using the right word anymore. Is it gender or take sex? Or how about we make believe she's a white male who, among the left, is the most hated individual in the world. In fact, according to our Attorney General, who is completely useless, and the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who doesn't think that Guam is a strategic location for an airbase, even though it's 400 miles from China. According to them, those geniuses, or very loyal Americans, the reality is that it's more important for our military to be woke.
Turn right on 28th Street.
The worst criminals in America are white supremacists. So, I mean, they say this despite the fact that we're once again on our way to setting records for increases in homicide this year. Now, last year we did set records for it.
In 600 feet, turn right on 24th Avenue.
Supremacists, or the percentage of white supremacists that were responsible for those murders. And then I'd like to get it broken down by other groups, and in terms of responsible for those murders, and let's see who are the most dangerous people in the country. But in any event, there's a point beyond.
Turn right on 24th Avenue.
You should not be on the Supreme Court. So my rule for the Supreme Court has always been, you do not use partisan politics to determine the Supreme Court. When the president gets elected, he should be able to pick, or she should be able to pick, the candidate for the Supreme Court that most closely resembles their philosophy. Or easier put, if it's a Republican president, you would expect right-wingers. If it's a Democratic president, you'd expect left-wingers. However, you do not expect people that are...
In 900 feet, turn left on 35th Street.
Falling off the cliff. Jackson is falling off the cliff. I mean, this is QAnon on steroids, just reversed to the left. I'm sorry. If you can't define woman, you don't belong on the Supreme Court. I don't really suggest that she's so stupid she can't define woman. I'm saying she has a political philosophy where it would be embarrassing to define woman. Now you are attacking a fundamental value of the United States, aren't you? You're changing our government, you're changing our country. You know, there's all this stuff about children should be taken away from their parents in 2 years, and children should have no role in the education of their children, which comes from this 1619. And there's a human right in the Charter of the United Nations.
Turn left on 35th Street.
The age majority parents have basically the right to approve and to determine what should be done with their children. Don't you see what's happening? The government more people dependent, 60%, 70%. Get taxes up to 80%. Get a small group of Americans to fund a very large group of Americans who do no work. We're having a work problem now because the dependency programs pay more than work.
In a quarter of a mile, you'll arrive.
This is moving very, very quickly. It has to be stopped. These comments today by the president, his comments today by Jackson, and the comments really by Harris also. By Harris.
Adding new lift ride to queue.
We've got to put our foot down. I mean, if you have trouble with basic definitions like this because you're so politically frightened, you are not qualified for the Supreme Court of the United States. Whether you're a Republican, Democrat, white, black, pink, yellow, we need people who will stand up for our country and stand up for our Constitution. God bless America. God please guide us and help us.
Owning a business comes with pressure.
You've arrived at your destination.
And keep employees engaged. Fortunately,
Good luck. Have a good
they
day.
put 30-plus years of HR experience to work to help me with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance, while giving my employees competitive benefit options. And because I'm able to focus on other priorities, my employees can thrive and my business can grow. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
Tomorrow at noon, listen as 77 WABC stands with Ukraine with a roundtable discussion hosted by Rita Cosby with special guests, the consulates from Poland, Ukraine, Estonia, Slovakia, and the permanent observer of the Holy See to the United Nations. Stand with Ukraine.
Nice day.
To support Ukraine's humanitarian efforts. Go to WABCRadio.com/donate. WABC Radio is proud to celebrate 100 years from October 1st, 1921 to music radio to talk radio's crown jewel worldwide and beyond. And WLIR-FM Hampton Bay. From around the world to around the block, this is a WABC 77-second news update.
47 degrees, mostly cloudy at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm Bob Brown. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the Biden administration has made a formal determination Russian troops have committed war crimes in Ukraine. He made the announcement today in a statement released as he was traveling to Brussels with President Biden for an emergency summit of NATO leaders. As Russia escalates its war in Ukraine and stories of civilian casualties and destruction in cities reaches the U.S., support has risen for a major American role, but so has fear of the threat Russia poses to the U.S. Madeleine Albright, the first female U.S. Secretary of State, has died. She was 84. President Clinton choosing Albright as America's top diplomat in 1996. She served in that capacity for the last 4 years of the Clinton administration. She sometimes poked fun of her reputation as she describes a conversation between two Cuban pilots chasing down a presumed enemy.
We have cojones, they don't have cojones, and really bloodthirsty, and then they hit them and they say, we got them. So I just happen to say, this is not cojones, it's cowardice. And to this day, when I'm in Miami, I get called Madam Cojones.
At the time, she was the highest-ranking woman in the history of the U.S. government. Officials say 2 firefighters were heard battling a massive blaze at a PepsiCo factory in Piscataway. Police say the fire started just after 6:30 Tuesday evening and spread to a fifth alarm. Piscataway's mayor says 1 firefighter suffered heat exhaustion while the other...
In 700 feet, turn right on 23rd Avenue.
James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Sternly, up next on 77 WABC. Devils in Toronto, Knicks in Charlotte, Nets in spring training, Yanks and the Orioles. Forecast of the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center tonight. Rain, low 40 Thursday, rainy, highest on low 50.
Turn right on 23rd Avenue.
Cloudy outside of 77 WABC Midtown Manhattan Studios. I'm Bob Brown. Traffic and transit is next. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
In 800 feet, turn right on 31st Street.
WABC
Tony bicycle. Yo, Tony, where's my bicycle?
Backed up southbound between the Sheridan Expressway, exit 4, and the GWB under the apartments. PQE eastbound between the Prospect Expressway and Calvin Plaza. We have traffic backed up as well.
Yo, Tony, where's my bicycle?
Southbound between 155th Street and West 150th Street is blocked off right now. Actually, no, the road is now just cleared. They said the road is now just cleared. This after police involved shooting. On the belt, the right lane is
Tony,
now
wake up.
blocked. This
Alexa, wake up.
Eastbound at Shell Road.
Alexa, wake
Bay Parkway at exit 5. I'm Bob Brown with
Alexa, what's your problem?
WABC Traffic and Transit Update.
Alexa, wake up.
And the week is quickly vanishing. We are already midweek. Here on WABC Talk Radio 77.
Turn right on 31st Street.
And we invite your telephone calls at 800-848-WABC, 800-848-9222.
Alexa, what's up?
In a quarter of a mile, you'll arrive.
Today's story is, again, what is happening in Washington, D.C. with the Senate Judiciary hearings for the Biden nominee. And there's plenty of news about that, but I'm going to move that news to the second segment of the show today so that we can get to stories that I don't want to miss if we get consumed with the Senate Judiciary hearings. Our very own Charles Kirk, who's on here at noon, has had his Twitter account suspended. Second time this week, apparently. He had his Twitter account locked because he commented on Richard Levine, who is...
You've arrived at your destination.
He spent 54 years of his life as a man. He had a wife and family. He transitioned from it in 2011. Joe Biden appointed Levine to be a four-star admiral. And now USA Today has named Rachel Levine as the Woman of the Year. Where are the feminists? That is what got him thrown off. In his defense, Charlie says everything I said was precisely accurate, and yet Twitter still suspended my account. That should terrify every American. Even those who disagree with me, what they want is submission. They have become an enemy.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, you doing?
Welcome, welcome. It's Jimmy.
There is a series that a journalistic series that is in the Washington Examiner. In a third of the third article in that series talks about transgenderism, and there's a top pediatrician who's warning
Turn right on 21st Avenue.
about teenage transgender medicine. And during the course of this article, there is also another doctor mentioned.
In half a mile, turn right on 45th Street.
Who describes her frequently used phrase for breast removal. She posts a steady stream, according to the Washington Examiner, of catchy videos that downplay the risk of surgery. She has over 191,000 followers on TikTok. And she loves talking about yeeting the tweets, which is her term for double mastectomy surgery. She lists herself as a gender affirmation surgeon. Now, what's interesting is in this article, there is a quote from Dr. Quentin Van Meter, who's the president of the American College of Pediatrics. And he says he's been the lone voice in the wilderness crying out about these transgender surgeries. Is the problem. It's a cult machine. Sucking these children in, putting them on a conveyor belt. Puberty blockers, cross hormones, and then surgery is the way to go. They're getting their breasts cut off right and left. The Washington Examiner points out that despite those that play down the magnitude of these decisions, transgender medical treatments can be a dangerous path. they shortened the lifespan of patients by 50%. And that's from a recently published endocrinology study from Amsterdam University Medical Center. And that survey was conducted with over 4,000, close to 5,000 transgender men and women. Now, aside from the high mortality rate,
In 1,000 feet, turn right on 45th Street.
Tumors, and a whole host of medical problems, according to Dr. Quentin Van Meter. And yet you don't hear these things being discussed in context of what the Washington Examiner notes is an explosion of transgenderism among young people. And one wonders, why all of a sudden are we seeing that explosion? Let's turn to New York City. New York is going to, according to Mayor Adams, finally get rid of the mask mandate for children under the age of 5 years old. About time. Staying in New York, lawmakers are demanding a fix after the New York Post discovered 2,000 empty apartments that were designated for use by the homeless. So we have a homeless crisis in this city, and there were 2,000 apartments that have been left empty. Why? Because the bureaucrats haven't.
Right on 45th Street.
This is all being blamed on a bureaucratic nightmare, a fiasco among the bureaucrats in this city. Bureaucratic dysfunction.
In 900 feet, turn right.
Also in New York, right here in our beautiful New York, you know that a 26-year-old woman has been charged with manslaughter assault on 87-year-old Barbara Guster, who was shoved, local coach, 87 years old. Well, this woman, this event planner, Lauren Pazinza, has a bail set now at $500,000 or $1 million bond. I mean, they're not letting her just walk out of jail. They can keep her in, but they can't keep some of these repeat offenders that have criminal records as long as anybody's arm.
Turn right,
but yet,
then turn left.
Hold this one in jail with a high bond. Now, the lawyer for this young 26-year-old woman says...
Return, UPS.
UPS.
Return, yeah? Okay.
Turn left.
Okay, I'll close the trunk. Thank
you, sir.
Take the...
You've arrived at your destination.
Oh, this is so fun. Vaya. Order online.
So when she was being booked
on these charges. Down in Florida.
Florida.
The Democrats, the state
Florida.
Democrats, are going to hold their big, I guess, spring event at Disney. They have their big fundraiser there every year, and their biggest annual fundraiser.
Florida. Are you from Florida? I'm from Florida.
Caucus threatened to boycott the event. It was going to be held at Disney, its voting kingdom. And so the Democrat Party they're going to boycott their own party over this because they think that Disney has done enough. The so-called anti-union bill, the discount of working their own children's education bill. There have been other actresses that have now come out last in Disney, but there is one athlete who now finds herself in the world of hurt. She's a former athlete. She's a Disney actress. And she had the audacity, the nerve to say that we need to have this conversation about biological males dominating women's sports. And for that now, she's being mobbed by the cancel culture, trying to drive her out of her profession. That is the counter to that. The majority that would be you. Including broad majority for racial or spatial equity. And that is a stinging indictment on public education in this country. In York, South Florida, it's not Miami, it's York. In York, as you may know, we talked about this briefly yesterday, the Democrat mayor down there, Dan Gelber, imposed a state of emergency and curfew for South Beach, the whole area, between 12 midnight to 6 a.m. They had 5 shootings over the weekend, some right in front of police officers. You have all kinds of fights happening everywhere. A vicious crime spike that has been caused almost entirely by visitors. That would be these children who are showing up for spring break. They've seized over 100 weapons, some of them pretty serious automatic weapons. And so now they have a curfew, trying to keep the peace in Miami, near the beach. Well, what do you think the reaction to that has been? I'll give you one guess. What happens almost every day in America when someone tries to actually bring some law and order into the sanity? What do they call? 3 seconds. 1, 2, bingo. Only emergency is that black people are on the beach. Critics blast spring break curfew. That's in the Miami Herald today. So, the critics now, the members of, one of them a member of the Miami-Dade Black Advisory Board, saying the only emergency is that black people are on the beach. I don't understand how this town has been doing spring break for at least 25 years, and I can't figure this out. Well, maybe it's the horrific crime rate. Maybe it's all the shootings. Maybe it's all the fights that are occurring there, the violence.
Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with black or racism. Maybe it has to do with behavior. Last one before we head to a break. We're coming back. We've got calls coming up, and you are, by the way, always welcome to call us here at WABC. 800-848-WABC is that number, 848-9222. Now, in Beverly Hills, I've been to Beverly Hills. Really nice place. Wouldn't want to live there. But it is beautiful neighborhood. Gotta admit it, even for California. Well, some smash and grab thieves have found their way to Beverly Hills. They broke into a jewelry store there with sledgehammers. They made off with over $5 million. Brazen daylight robbery. Everywhere Democrats are running, you're seeing now these criminals, these brazen criminals, out of control. Okay, so much more to discuss. Those are some of the stories I just wanted to make sure that were brought to your attention. And now, of course, we have to turn to the courts and other things, other stuff. When we get back, so stay with us. James Golden, a.k.a. Golden Lee, here on WABC. Your calls will be coming up as well, so don't go away.
WABC, traffic and transit. On Long Island, the usual volume through Lake Success, Northern State Parkway eastbound between the Grand Central and New Hyde Park Road. Town to Hempstead, construction work. Meadowbrook Parkway northbound between Southern State Parkway and the Hempstead Turnpike, causing traffic to slow up there. Back at East Hills, traffic slowing up. Expressway westbound between exit 38th and Northern State, eastbound and exit 36 Searingtown Road. Out in Dix Hills, an accident blocking one lane on the expressway eastbound between exit 51 and Route 231. That's exit 52 Colmack Road. At North Hills, traffic building. Expressway eastbound between exit 34 New Hyde Park Road and exit 41. Checking the bridges and the tunnels. DGWB inbound upper okay. Lower okay. Outbound heavy. Lincoln inbound okay. Outbound 20 to 30. Holland inbound okay from the Turnpike. 5 to 10 from Route 1 to 9. Outbound 30 to 40-minute delays. I'm Bob Brown with your 77 WABC Traffic and Transit Update. You're listening to one of the most iconic stations in the nation. An American original. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Hi guys, are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? Well, today, Wednesday, March 23rd, we're doing something special. Cityside Medical Clinic uses the most powerful form of wave therapy, shown by Cambridge to repair blood vessels and get rid of ED at its core. If you're ready to put a stop to your erectile dysfunction, call us now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also include something unique that produces immediate results in the bedroom. And today only, we're offering 3 additional treatments to our patients free. This means that if you notice results fading, we'll retreat you free of charge. This is unprecedented and worth $1,000. Call today to qualify free. 646-715-5555. That's 646-715-5555. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Cityside Medical Clinic now to qualify. This offer ends today. 646-715-5555.
Deep within you is the need to do some spring cleaning.
But Brian, I have good news for you.
All you have to do is point.
When our truck pulls up in front of your house,
It's time to start dancing.
the air is about to smell cleaner.
The house is about to look bigger.
You're going to be sexier.
And everyone is going to clap and cheer.
You make junk disappear.
We're the people with the clean, shiny trucks.
That makes everyone happy.
And that's why they all start dancing.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOTJUNK.com.
You're like most Americans. You're pretty much in disbelief with what's going on in the world. As we all know, global problems are having local consequences. Too many of them. And if the peanut butter really hits the fan, are you ready? Grocery store supply chains are only as strong as their weakest link. Don't wait for them to break. Now's the time to secure emergency food for everyone in your family. My Patriot Supply is America's largest preparedness company. Our specially packaged and delicious food stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. It'll be there when you need it. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and pick up several emergency food kits. There are a dozen different sizes that average over 2,000 calories per day. Our food kits will ship quickly and discreetly to your door. Having food storage in your home beats government food lines hands down. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today and prepare for what's coming. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Leilani scheduled a 4:30 p.m. pickup. Let's go. Turn right on Astoria Boulevard North.
Vision's album. 4 Grammy Awards were awarded to Stevie Wonder for this album, Golden Lady. This is such a beautiful song. The song has been covered any number of times. One version of this song was done by Jose Feliciano, which is an outstanding. If you're going to cover a Stevie Wonder song, you better really do a good job. And Jose Feliciano did that, but of course, nothing like the original. Golden Lady from the Intervisions album. On WABC Talk Radio 77, let's talk about Obama for a minute. Barack Hussein Obama. There was a story today in on Fox News, on Fox Digital site, about the Obama military, what he did, his policy regarding the military, and here's the bottom line. There are people right now wondering what happens if Taiwan suddenly becomes a flashpoint, and what happens if Ukraine becomes a flashpoint. We had to send troops to both theaters. Could we do it? The answer is no, we can't. Dakota Wood, Senior Research Fellow for Defense Programs at Heritage.
Alexa, where's my coffee?
That the U.S. was hypothetically, when asked whether we'd be hypothetically able to fight both.
Speed camera reported ahead.
Because in 2012, Obama shifted closed it down, the Pentagon's two-war doctrine, which we have had since World War II, by the way. The ability for our military to fight in multiple theaters if needed. Obama, we're not going to need this anymore, and he shrank the military, and right now, if we had to fight in 2 different theaters, guess what? We would have to ramp up, because we can't do it. And we'd have to have a change in policy. Thank you, Obama. Now, the Russian foreign minister has warned us about what's going to happen if NATO tries to send any peacekeepers, not soldiers, peacekeepers into Ukraine. Sending NATO peacekeepers to Ukraine would lead to a direct clash between armed forces of the Russian Federation and the alliance, he said. So, if NATO sends in peacekeepers, the Russians are going to attack them. This is pretty brazen, especially since the Russians keep getting knocked off. Right now, they lost another one of their high-ranking military officers, and from news reports, they say about 15 of their highest-ranking officers have been knocked off. There's a story in the Daily Mail about that today. Colonel Alexei Sharov, latest high-ranking Russian official to die in what has become Russia's biggest loss of military higher-ups since World War II. The 15th commander that Russia has lost. I would say that things are not going quite how Russia thought they would go. Joe Biden on the way to Europe, trying to rally the Europeans. One wonders if they will even take him seriously or listen to what he has to say, since he is, well, how shall we put it, doesn't seem to be the credible leader that many in our press would like him to be or portray him to be. But anyway, he's in Europe. Let's see what comes out of it. Now, the courts. Senator Ted Cruz is now being accused. This story comes to us from BizPac Review. You have some guests on MSNBC, PMSNBC, that are accusing Senator Ted Cruz of committing a hate crime. Hate crime? Yes. You see, he dared ask Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson about critical race theory. Now, Ketanji Brown Jackson sits on the board of a school, a school for young students in Washington, D.C., some Georgetown Day School, I believe the name of it is, and apparently they have textbooks that are just full of some of these ideological beliefs that people are calling critical race theory. So he asked her about them. She's on the board and also in a speech in law school. She cited critical race theory, and he asked her about that. And of course, the left is going nuts. Now, think about this for a second, folks. Joe Biden, the Democrat Party, the mainstream media in this country made a very big deal that we had to have a black woman on the Supreme Court. He had to keep his promise. He's going to put a black woman there like he said during the campaign. Okay, so they made the nomination about race. They put race above merit. They put race above everything else. And gender. She has to be a black woman. Two of the stories yesterday that liberals are having a cow about today is that Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson was asked to define what is a woman, and she refused, claiming that she's not a biologist. So that's the gender. The other, she's asked about CTR, about black stuff. They made race and gender the top issue of this nominee. Yet, they are full of complaints, whining, moaning. They are beside themselves when Republicans ask about race or about gender, when they made it the issue. Oh, they're whining and screaming and moaning and doing what they always do. Oh, you can't ask that. You're a racist. Oh, you can't ask that. You are a chauvinist bigot. Oh, you can't ask her what's a woman. There's an article in the Washington Post. We'll deal with it when we get back. Here's the headline. The remarkable bad faith involved in the what is a woman attack. It wasn't an attack. It was a question. But the left, you are not supposed to question the black woman. Because if you do, you are a racist and you are a bigot. James Golden, Bo Snerdley here with you on WABC Talk Radio 77. If you want to weigh in on any of this, please feel free. We will be taking your call shortly. And remember, after this program today, Cats at Night, and you'll want to keep it here for that. Meanwhile, let's listen to these few words, and we're coming right back.
WABC Traffic and Transit.
Lower Hudson Valley, White Plains traffic building, cross Westchester Expressway westbound between exit 6 and exit 5. Mount Vernon traffic backing up. Hutchinson River Parkway northbound between East Lincoln Avenue and the Cross County Parkway. Briarcliff Manor. Stop and go at Route 9A northbound between Taconic State Parkway and Route 133 in Scarsdale. We also have stop and go on the Hutchinson River Parkway northbound between Weaver and Route 127 and North Street. Yonkers traffic is heavy in the Cross County Parkway westbound between Midland Avenue, Yonkers Avenue, and the Sawmill River Parkway. Checking the subways in the Bronx. Southbound 6 trains are running on the express track from Pelham Bay Park to Parkchester while track work is performing maintenance near Muir Avenue. I'm Bob Brown with your 77 WABC Traffic and Transit Update.
Station built just for you. Entertaining talk.
Rain, go away, come back, man.
That is 100% on target. The world famous and American original. Talk Radio 77 WABC and WABCRadio.com.
Friends, last year your dollar lost a ton of value. Inflation rose by almost 7% in just 1 month toward the end of the year. That means in 30 days your dollar became 93 cents. This year the stock market has been plummeting and your portfolio is in trouble. Inflation isn't slowing down, it's escalating quickly. Gold provides a hedge against inflation.
How are you? Everything is alright.
Legacy Precious Metals is the company I trust for investing in gold and silver. You can trust Legacy Precious Metals because they give you unbiased counsel based on your personal situation. Take steps right now to protect yourself. Call Legacy Precious Metals. They can advise you on all of your options, whether that's rolling your existing retirement account into a gold IRA or whether that's holding physical metals.
UPS 国际快递最后一次通知你，你有一封快件。
Hello, how are you? Is everything is alright? Are you my name? Meow, meow. Meow.
Express item that has been delivered twice and no one has signed for it. Please press 9 for details.
Meow. Meow, meow. Press 9. Scammer alert. Hello, how are you? Is everything is alright?
Interactive guided tours, FDN Wi-Fi.
Hello, how are you? Is everything is alright? This is my phone call.
Never forget, its mobile exhibit has traveled to nearly 50 states and Canada and has welcomed over 500,000 people. Visit it in a city near you and join Tunnels and Towers on its mission to do good and never forget. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2T.org.
Remember, your local pharmacy may be a convenient place to get your family's vaccines and boosters. While you're there, talk to your pharmacist about COVID-19 vaccines and mRNA. Sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Talk Radio 77 WABC. Oh knows politics. And so much more. A true connection to real New York on 77 WABC.
Ah, yes. The stylistics bring us back here on WABC Talk Radio 77.
WABC.
Russell Tompkins Jr., the lead singer for the group. Stone and Love. You know, those songs, it's amazing. Those songs, they actually loved women, and a lot of the songwriters they didn't mind just, laying it all out. It's not like they were calling them some names that women are called in current music. The B, the H, and all those things. No, those were the days when men were very proud to actually put women on pedestals, worship them, adore them, and just emote about how much in love they were. Well, woman. What is a woman? What is a woman? I am woman, hear me roar. Yeah. Anyway, the question came up from Senator Marsha Blackburn, who's been on our program before. We need to get it back on. And she asked that of the Judge Ketanji Jackson. And now that has turned into a really big deal. In the Washington Post, Philip Bunt, one of the correspondents who works in New York primarily and up in this region, wrote a lengthy article on the remarkable bad faith. You see, it's bad faith to ask the judge a question. Bad faith to ask her a simple question, what is a woman? And why is it bad faith? Because sometimes answers depend very specifically on why the question is being asked, as in legal cases, and that's why the effort.
Julia, welcome, Julia. I see you, Julia.
Pin down President Biden's Supreme Court nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, on her definition of a woman, as the Senate Judiciary Committee's confirmation hearings on Tuesday, was such an obvious.
Rain, go away. Come back another day.
That have school choice and no one minds them going to private school, but not like the ones the Democrats make go to public schools. Anyway, the judge is on the board of this elitist private school in D.C., Georgetown Day School, and Marsha Blackburn pointed out, Senator Blackburn, that she found it astonishing that Georgetown Day School teaches kindergartners 5-year-old children that they can choose their own gender. That is, she talked about
זה קורה? אנחנו עשיתי את הכנסים דרך דף הרדיו, רדיו ג'י הפקות. Yes, Georgie, yes. Georgie, everything is fine. Yes.
And 5-year-olds, that they can choose their own gender. So let's delve into this a little bit. No, instead of that being the response, this guy writes, and the Washington Post publishes an article saying that it's bad faith to ask the judge, it's an attack to ask the judge about this school and their teachings when she sits on their board of directors and has praised the school as a transformative force because they have a progressive education. Own it, judge. Own it. Why are you hiding what you say? She's a progressive. And yet, she praises progressive education, but when she's put on the spot in front of the country about it, then all of a sudden she wants to go into hiding. She wants to act like a terrorist and climb into her shell. No. I'm not going to answer that. I'm not a biologist. Apparently, you're not the brave, aggressive that many of the progressives thought you were either. And, of course, we have this. Senator Mitt Romney. Do I have to say any more? You know, just in those 3 words, that you're not going to like what comes next. Senator Mitt Romney downplayed the attacks, of course, listen, the attack, not the questioning, the attack that members of his own party have leveled against President Biden's nominee. Here's what Mitt Romney told the Post, the Amazon Prime Washington Post. It struck me that it was off course, meaning the attacks were off course, that came from some. And there is no there. So according to Mitt Romney, everything that the Republicans are raising in these confirmation hearings are off course. And there is no damn. He and Dick Durbin think exactly alike because Dick Durbin is lecturing everybody about how bad the Republicans are. Their questions for this woman. You see, you can't question this Harvard grad. Dick Durbin is now accusing Republicans of having, what else? Prejudice. They're racist because they're actually asking this woman questions like she is an equal adult. You can ask all the white people in the world any question you want to ask them, especially if they're Republicans. You can bring up fraudulent witnesses. You can comb the earth and come up with the scum of the earth and put them in a witness seat at a Senate Judiciary hearing, and Democrats don't complain. They can lie, they can put all kind of smears on Republicans, and you don't hear Dick Durbin raise his voice, and he doesn't lecture anybody. This is just standard operating procedure for Democrats. But oh no, let a Republican ask a nominee about things that are in her record. And all of a sudden, they're racist. Why, she's a Harvard grad, and she's a black woman, and therefore, she should be in the untouchable class. You should dare not ask this woman a question. Why, she's a pillar of virtue, because she's black and she went to Harvard. Well, Dick, screw you. Every Republican has every right to ask this woman everything about her record. And the more Democrats complain about it, good, ignore them. Don't stop asking questions. Regardless of what Dick Durbin and Mitt Romney have to say about it. James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Snurby, we're coming back. We're going to take your calls when we get back. Don't go away.
WABC, traffic in transit.
In New Jersey, Harrison, stop and go, I-280 westbound between Bergen Street and exit 14, ML King Boulevard. Elizabeth, traffic is jamming due to a stalled tractor trailer southbound US 1 and 9, westbound between the Turnpike, Bayway Avenue, and Route 1 and 9. Checking the bridges and tunnels, GWB inbound upper okay, lower okay, outbound heavy. The upper, we have a disabled tractor trailer blocking the left lane on the New Jersey side. At Lincoln inbound okay, outbound there's an accident involving a bus blocking the left lane at the top of the Helix. 20 to 30 minute delays. Holland inbound okay from the Turnpike. 5 to 10 from Route 1 and 9, outbound 30 to 40 minute delays. I'm Bob Brown with your 77 WABC traffic and transit update. Iconic station in the nation and American original. Talk radio.
If you're feeling immobile, suffering with knee or joint pain, and don't want surgery, here's good news. The doctors at NYC Pain MD use precision technology to place FDA-approved pain-relieving gel medicines, platelets, even stem cells, exactly where you need them. No toxic drugs, no hospital, no surgery, just relief. Call today to set up your no-cost assessment. Call 800-600-KNEE. That's 800-600-KNEE.
Hi, it's Jim Hamburg here. I've got a real secret. A secret that designers, architects, and showrooms know. They know how to protect your delicate home furnishings and exquisite textiles. Go to allcleanfibershield.com, allcleanfibershield.com.
Are you 65 or older?
Do what you gotta do, Joseph Taylor.
Experiencing unresolved symptoms?
Do what you gotta do.
This message may be for you. Other symptoms like carpal tunnel syndrome or gastrointestinal problems could be a sign of something more serious, like transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM for short. ATTR-CM is a rare and life-threatening disease that worsens over time, so it's important to recognize the signs and talk to your doctor. For more information, visit attrcmfacts.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
New school, new job, new home. Change is hard and can leave you feeling isolated, and divorce delivers one of life's hardest blows. The relationships you counted on are suddenly gone, but you don't have to walk through this alone. Call Cordell & Cordell.
866-DADS-LAW, 701 East Beach Drive, Suite 310, Mount Laurel, New Jersey, 08054. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com. Talk Radio 77 WABC. Now, here's the soul of excellence, James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Snerdley, on 77 WABC.
And Diana Ross, The Supremes. Motown brings us back on WABC Talk Radio 77. Absolutely. I hear a symphony. And you know, Miss Ketanji Brown Jackson may not have been hearing a symphony. She's hearing Lindsey Graham rip her, well, no, stop it, James. Lindsey Graham went off today. Now, I know. I say Lindsey Graham and Republicans groan. They're like, oh, what did Grahamnesty do this time? And then sometimes Grahamnesty, like he'll say, oh, we're going to have hearings on this, we're going to get to the bottom of it. Nothing ever happens. So Lindsey Graham, disappointment so often to Republicans, but then he has a day like he had today. Lindsey Graham lit it up. He started talking about her cases, her track record with pedophiles. And she actually did admit that sometimes supervision is a course of punishment. And she tried to make a distinction, well, if you have somebody that's looking at child porn for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, you know, they can spend 20, 30, 50 years of their life in jail. And Lindsey Graham went, exactly, they should put their asses in jail. And you're sitting here talking about give them supervision? They're pedophiles. My goodness. Okay, Karen, you're up first. Thank you. Brooklyn, New York, WABC, James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Snerdley. Hi, Karen.
Hi, James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Snerdley. We were calling to tell you how much we love the music that you play on your show. We love your show, but sometimes when you go off on a tangent and it doesn't make sense anymore, we wish you'd play more of the good music.
Okay, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that, Karen. Karen. So, Karen, when do I go off on a tangent and I don't make sense?
Okay, Ketanji. I think that asking her what a woman is, it says more about the person that asked the question than the person to whom she asked it of. I think that was terrible.
It's terrible to ask. Okay, this woman's going to sit on the Supreme Court for the rest of her life if she's nominated, unless she resigns or retires. And you think that it's, and you number one, you think I'm a terrible person, or I don't make sense for saying that I support the idea that she should be asked, what is a woman? We live in an age where this is a legal matter. Already today, you have heard that Charlie Kirk got kicked off of Twitter for simply stating that there was a guy, he was married, he had kids, and then he transgendered, and after that Joe Biden put him into a position in the military. And that was enough for, and USA named him the Woman of the Year. That was enough for him to be thrown off of Twitter because it's so-called hateful. So if you think that asking somebody to define what a woman is frivolous, then I respectfully say to you, my dear Karen, and I do mean respectfully, that you are not paying attention to the news. Right now, if you make a distinction and you have the audacity to say that there are two genders, there are many in this country on the left that say you are a bigot, that you are a homophobe or worse. And if that happens to be your religious belief, that God made male, God made female, then you're even worse because now you're a religious bigot. So yes, Karen, it does matter. And it is not a tangential argument to raise the idea that she should be asked to legally define what a woman is. I will give you the last word, Karen. And I love you. I want you to call back, by the way. The last word is yours.
Okay. We listen to you because we hear all different points of view, and that's what makes it interesting. I don't want to turn on a radio and hear someone that agrees with me all the time. We listen to you because we learn, and I'm not a bigot, and you could play your nice music on the way out, but we really do enjoy your show, and I mean it sincerely. It's very interesting. Sometimes you give us a new way of looking at things.
Karen, I love you, and thank you for calling. Please call us again, and thank you. And part of the show that I love is talking with people like you. And we don't have to agree, but we can talk respectfully with each other and learn from each other, and I appreciate you so much. Let us go to Frank, Staten Island, WABC Talk Radio 77, James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Snerdley.
Hi, James. How you doing? Well,
Good.
by definition, a woman is defined by definition as a human being with XX chromosomes. That's pretty much it. And this lady,
Okay.
and Lauren Capenza is also a woman, and she's white, and being held for $500,000 bail. That's the I want to hear all her background. She quit her job. The cops could not render herself as a human being with XX chromosomes.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the call. Chromosomes, by the way, when we do that. To Natalie in Setauket, Long Island. How are you, Natalie?
James, how are you? I'm calling because just saying if somebody with two X chromosomes, she says she's not a biologist, but I'm sure a Harvard graduate took biology, and they teach you that then. But the other thing, too, about this law in Florida that they're trying to put through, you know, they're all talking about how they shouldn't be teaching children that young about all these things, which I fully agree. I mean, when I was in 4th, 5th grade, and they went through these things at the time, a long time ago, to teach you, you know, what was going to happen with your body, I remember at that age being, like, not happy. Being, really? You're kidding me. Like, I remember telling my friends, this can't be real. So how is it people aren't realizing people are not emotionally mature for that? They're not in any way ready for that. I mean, when my daughter was at age, and when she was in 5th grade, and they went through this, she came home kind of looking at me like, Mom, I don't know if I like this. And my answer was, that's okay. You're too young for that part of your life yet. You need to know about it now because your body is starting to prepare for that. Ready to think about the full act.
Natalie, you just triggered something for me. I remember the first time I was a young boy when someone explained to me exactly what a French kiss was, because I kept hearing these things, French kiss, oh, they French kiss. I'm like, well, what's the difference between a French kiss and an American kiss? And when I was told what a French kiss was, I could not believe it. Why on earth would any man do that with a woman? And then, of course, a little bit older, I had an older woman give me my first French kiss, and then I understood. And you're right, it depends on maturity. And these kids handle it. I don't understand why this is even an issue. But it's an issue because the left continues to make an issue out of it. And when you ask a judge about it, because she is a progressive, she's on the board of directors of a progressive day school that teaches some of this stuff, whether it's critical race theory or what we call critical race theory, or whether it's this idea that children in kindergarten can choose their genders, then all of a sudden the left is up in arms. And by the way, the left is up in arms over this, and they never seem to remember what they did to Judge Ford, what they did to Justice Clarence Thomas, what they did to Justice Alito, what they did to Justice Kavanaugh, what they did to Justice Gorsuch, what they did to Justice Barrett. They never seem to remember it. But I remember, and you remember. And so to all the left who believes that we shouldn't have the right to ask this woman a question and treat her like an equal to anybody else sitting on the Supreme Court, there are two words. And the second word is off. Nick in Comac. Welcome, WABC Talk Radio 77, James Golden, a.k.a. Both Snerdley.
James, first time calling in and speaking to you. I'm a new tuner, and I will tell you, you're on fire. You're going places, James. I would love to see you in a perfect situation with a TV show one day. It would be right in your wheelhouse, James. Enjoying it very, very much.
Thank you.
James, I have to talk about the Leah Thomas situation. My parents, my grandparents are rolling in their graves right now. By allowing men to compete in women's sports, the NCAA is destroying opportunities for women. They're making a mockery out of these championships. Now,
they're cowards.
I have two boys.
They're cowards. And you're right. You said you have two boys. Continue, Nick, because time's running short. I want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
So I just wanna make this point. I have two boys. Can you imagine, James, raising up a young woman that was an elite athlete, and all of a sudden the opportunity has been basically pulled out from under the rug? There is no way that men should be able to compete against women. What's next, James? Track and field.
Yeah.
Tennis.
Yep.
Volleyball. Yep. Basketball. If they're going to stop, we have to stop it, James. And we have to stop it right now. What's fair is fair. I don't want to hear that Leah Thomas had 1 year of testosterone suppression, and that makes him eligible to compete against women.
Let me say to you the most damning thing in all of this that I read in one of the news stories, and you don't hear it too much. Some of the women on the track team, on Pennsylvania track team, are increasingly and have been upset because in the locker room, when Leah Thomas rips down in front of them, she's got her penis hanging out. To me, this is real simple. If you have one of those, you're not. Anyway, my friends, all today, James Golden, a.k.a. Bo Snerdley with you. We are New Jersey. We are Pennsylvania. We are Connecticut. We are New York City, greatest city in the world. In America, the greatest nation humanity has ever witnessed. Every one of you and your family. And look with special favor on those suffering in Ukraine. Catch is up next. Catch at night. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye.
WABC Radio is proud to celebrate 100 years. From October 1st, 1921, to music radio to talk radio's crown jewel, worldwide and beyond. And WLIR-FM, Hampton Bays. This is a WABC 77-second news update.
43 degrees, mostly cloudy at 5 o'clock. Good afternoon, I'm Bob Brown.
5 at 5.
Russia's foreign minister issuing a chilling warning about a direct clash between Russia and NATO. This as President Biden makes his way to Brussels. A new poll shows residents of Finland now strongly backing NATO, a massive political shift that's sure to enrage Russia. Aren't you glad you don't live in L.A.? Gas now hitting $6 a gallon there, the first U.S. city to do so. Efforts to overhaul New York's bail law has yet to gain any traction. Madeleine Albright, the first woman U.S. Secretary of State, has died at the age of 84. Cats at 9 up next on 77 WABC. Devils in Toronto, Knicks in Charlotte, Nets in Memphis, spring training, Yanks and the Orioles. Forecast from the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center. Tonight, rain developing, low 40. Tomorrow, rainy, highs in the low 50s. Right now, we have mostly cloudy skies outside the 77 WABC Midtown Manhattan studios. I'm Bob Brown. Traffic and transit up next. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com. WABC. Harrison Stop traffic I-280 westbound between Bergen Street and exit 14, ML King Boulevard. Elizabeth, traffic backed up. Residual delays due to an earlier stall of a tractor trailer on southbound US 1 and 9. Bridges and tunnels, GWB inbound, upper okay, lower doing fine. Outbound heavy as usual. Upper earlier disabled tractor trailer on the New Jersey side is now cleared. Lincoln inbound okay. An outbound earlier accident involving a bus at the top of the helix is now cleared. 20 to 30 minute delays. Holland inbound okay from the turnpike. 5 to 10 from Route 1 and 9. Outbound 30 to 40 minute delays. I'm Bob Brown with your 77 WBC traffic and transit update.
He's involved in a number of businesses.
He's a great role model, telling it like it is, giving you both sides of the story. This is Cats at Night. Great American, a great New Yorker. Now, here's John Katzimatidis.
This is John Katzimatidis. Great show for you today. Our 5 o'clock show is the #1 show in New York. Studio with us, we have a common sense Democrat, Judge Richard Weinberg, a common sense Republican, common sense PA, and as Mike's a TriCast, 970 AM The Answer, and WABC 770, and WLIR in Long Island, and my sidekick is here, and we have Lydia Serrano. How are you, Lydia?
I'm doing well, sir. We have a great show.
Tell us about the show.
We will have Andrew McCarthy on. He's a columnist for the National Review, and he'll be talking to us about his latest article, The Right Reason to Oppose Judge Jackson. Now, of course, she is a woman up for the Supreme Court. Charles Gasparino, he's always full. He tells it like it is. Will also be in the studio. He's the CEO of Goya, and he's just returned back from being at the border of Ukraine, and he was on a missionary, a humanitarian mission, so he'll tell us about the crisis going on over there. And then we also have some breaking news from General David Petraeus.
Breaking news, WABC.
And on the line with us right now is a great honor, as always, General David Petraeus, a 4-star general, as well as a former CIA director. Welcome to WABC Radio. Back again, General Petraeus.
And we're wondering, General, what the heck is going on in the Ukraine? What can you tell the American people?
Well, the Russians have culminated. Their attacks have not achieved what it is that they sought, particularly around Kyiv. Of course, that was the main objective, was to take the Ukrainian capital and topple the government and put someone who is pro-Russian in place of President Zelensky. Instead, the Ukrainians have really stopped the Russians short of that. They've stopped them at the second largest city, Kharkiv. And it's really only down in the southeast, around the port city of Mariupol, where the Russians are really making any progress now. And that is literally block for block. That is the siege. That is a city that the Russians have surrounded. It's out of water, power, and running low on food, but the defenders are still fighting with enormous determination and resourcefulness. And then further to the southwest, once again, the Ukrainians have stopped the Russians who were trying to get to the major port of Odessa, a good halfway there. So around the country, if you look at it, the way to characterize the battlefield, I think, is that it is a stalemate, albeit a bloody and nightmarish stalemate, because even though the Russians have stopped short of achieving their objectives on the ground, they're still more than capable of shooting missiles, rockets, artillery, and dropping bombs on Ukrainian cities and continuing to do damage. In Moscow, of course, you have a situation where there's also considerable damage being done, and that is through the sanctions, the financial actions, the withdrawal of over 400 U.S. companies from Russia or ceasing their operations there, and the designation of numerous oligarchs and others for sanctions as well. And so Putin is not only seeing his forces on the battlefield stop short of their objectives, even though they're still doing great damage to Ukraine cities, but they're also seeing considerable damage being done to their economy and their financial system.
How bad the Russians
a bit surprised, but not totally. Again, John, we have known all of this Soviet days and it carries over to Russian days that the officer corps to speak of, certainly not the kind of professional backbone of the army as we see in most Western armies. They just don't have it. Officer. In fact, one of the and these leaders are having to go up to the front of the formation, find out what's the nature of delay, and they're getting picked off by very capable snipers. They're completely under. Completely over their own capabilities, and they've demonstrated the organization of overall commander. When I was commanding the surge in Iraq, all forces in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, Coast Guardsmen were under that one headquarters underneath. There's no general in charge of the entire theater. They were all doing whatever the left hand and right hand don't necessarily know what's going on. Well, it's certainly not well coordinated. That is clear, and they certainly are achieving coordinated effects between their air and their ground.
The minute you come to Manhattan, there's a clinic called Karen Horney Clinic. You see the sign on the right side? Karen Horney Clinic. I went inside to look for Karen. They told me it's a psychiatrist clinic. me.
אמא שלי.
יממה אחת, 4 הלוויות. וזה אחר זה הובאו למנוחות 4 הנרצחים בפיגוע אתמול בבאר שבע.
אני בטוחה שאת נמצאת במקום טוב, שם למעלה. לא יאמן. אם היית מחכה עוד רגע, עוד שנייה, זה לא היה קורה.
ההמונים שהגיעו להלווייתה של לורה יצחק לא יכלו לעצור את הדמעות.
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Madison Avenue.
מאמא אהובה.
לעולם אני לא אשכח אותך, ובכל מקום שאלך, את תהיי בלב שלי. היית הכי טובה בשבילי ותמיד תהיי אמא. אני אוהבת אותך ולא אשכח אותך לנצח. את הגיבורה שלי.
ובמשפחתה של לורה יצחק, בת 43, תיארו אותה כאישה של אהבה ונתינה. היא נרצחה בתחנת הדלק סמוך למרכז המסחרי בדרכה לפגוש את בעלה.
אני לא מאמין שאת שוכבת פה ולא יכולה לדבר איתי, זה לא הגיוני. אני מאמין שאת פה, הנשמה הטהורה שלך פה, תמיד היית בשביל כולם.
הכי לא יעזור. Vamos, cuévale. Times Square and Tomato. Times Square and Tomato on the way. Times Square and Tomato on the way.
Turn right on Madison Avenue.
Starting to push them back, which is very important. Get a sense of momentum on the battlefield, perhaps all this additional weaponry, which will also include new air defense systems, old air defense, but new to Ukraine.
Turn left on
that they
Fifth
know how
Avenue.
to operate to augment what they have. This could begin to turn the tide a bit, actually, especially if the Russians are unable to replace the soldiers they've lost. The numbers are very, very substantial. They could be as many as twice as many as all of our losses in Iraq in the nearly 20 years that we were there. And there were tough periods there, but nothing, not remotely what the Russians have experienced.
This is their Afghanistan, General. And,
well, it could be worse. We should always remember
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on West 57th Street.
They left Afghanistan in an orderly manner. They did. Armored vehicles across the Freedom Bridge. The final commander, Gromov, and I met later in Kyiv, by the way, in Soviet days. Across the bridge, his son jumped into his arms. Their regime, the
In
one they
1,000
left
feet,
behind,
turn
actually
right.
survived for 2 years before it was toppled when the Soviet money ran out. This could, in some ways, could actually be worse. And they are taking enormous casualties in just the first 4 weeks alone.
General Petraeus, thank you so much for bringing the American people up to date, and let's catch up again real soon. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure, John.
And God bless you, and God bless everything you've done for our country.
Use the right 2 lanes to turn right on Central Park South.
That was some interview, right? I mean, it was just incredible to hear the Ukrainian spirit. They just will not give up. Now we are going to go to a report on the ground in Kyiv from a very brave young woman. She's also a friend of AJ Katsmatidis. I spoke to her a short time ago. She's only 22 years old. She is not giving up. She wants to continue to fight off the Russians. Let's take a listen. And on the line with us right now is Irina Shatohina. She is with the Ukrainian Volunteer Defense Force. You are right there in Kyiv. Can you tell us exactly, Irina, what is going on at this moment?
So the city is in a very, very terrible situation because, you know, the city is like totally surrounded by the Russian troops. So they are like all around the region. They are staying and trying to enter the city. But our army, our armed forces are very strong and very brave. They not enough Russian troops into the city. Yeah, but still there is like, you know, a very bad situation with the supermarket, of course, like shops are closed or empty, and it's not so easy, you know, to buy something like even something like bread or maybe eggs. Sometimes you need, you know, to find them. So, but we are doing everything that we can, and we as volunteers, we try to collect warm clothes, we try to collect the new weapons, and everything that we can to support our territorial defense forces and our army. We are holding the contact with our international partners, asking them to send us the drones, the walkie-talkies, some night vision devices, because all the stuff is really needed for them to fight.
In a quarter of a mile, at the roundabout, take the second exit on Broadway.
So we need to order it from Poland, we need to order it from the EU.
So Irina, you're responsible mostly to supply the forces with weapons. Are you in a bomb shelter right now?
Right now I'm not in a bomb shelter, but the alarm has just finished. So before that, like in 2 hours we had an alarm sound, and before that I wasn't in bomb shelter. But right now I'm in my flat, but I don't know when the next alarm sound will be.
Oh wow. And you know, we hear about it here in the United States, all this money that's being raised, $30 million by Ashton Kutcher and his wife Mila Kunis. How is that able to get to you, to any of the Ukrainian people? Is it even possible? What kind of help do you guys need at this point?
You know, we are very grateful for all the donations that have been that were done by the government of the United States, and all those money they go officially to the Ukrainian armed forces. Despite the armed forces, we also have the territorial defense forces. These are just, you know, the ordinary volunteers, the ordinary people who went to the front line to defend our country, and they do not have that military supply. That's why we try to help them with all this stuff, and that's why we are, you know, talking to the international community to donate money for us to buy them all this stuff.
Well, Irina Shapakina, right? And did I say it right? Shapakina, I really admire your bravery and your patriotism to your country, and thank you so much for coming here on WABC Radio. Again, Irina Shapakina with the Ukrainian Volunteer Defense Force. God bless you, and I hope you continue to stay safe.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
Wow, what an incredible young woman.
Yeah, that really showed the spirit of the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, I mean, we talked for a while, and I just kind of kept telling her, like, you know, do you really want to stay there? You're one of the only ones there. And she's like, I'm staying. I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight, and I'm going to fight, and we're not going to let Russia take over our country. She said, I'm a patriot. John, what do you think?
One tough gal. I mean, at the age of 22, I don't know, maybe all of us would have done that. But Congressman King, one of your friends passed away.
I met her in Albright. She was a true patriot. I had the opportunity to work with her. During the Clinton administration, she was ambassador to the UN and Secretary of State. I was with her 2 years ago. Bill Clinton invited me and her to go back to Bosnia with him. She was very, very instrumental about the peace across Bosnia. She was a true stateswoman, classy person, and really a very tough woman, very anti-communist, very anti-Castro, and other people are moving toward Castro. A strong support of the military, and I was proud to know her, and just a really great woman.
Does she have a nickname?
She did, really, we shouldn't give it to you. She was called Bobby. She was so tough.
Turn right on West 57th Street. 100 feet, turn right on West 53rd Street.
The New York Rangers last night 7-4. They'll play a second night in a row as they visit Toronto. The Maple Leafs are coming off a 3-goal loss so this past Saturday, and the Devils look to continue their scoring race against another playoff contender tonight at 7 o'clock. Also playing on consecutive nights is the New York Knicks. They'll fly to Charlotte to play LaMelo Ball and the Hornets also at 7. The Knicks are coming out the Butlers who lost to Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks last night. Which puts their captain standings at 600. Hopes and key shepherd Julius Randle is once again out for the Knicks. The Brooklyn Nets are back in action to take on the Grizzlies in Memphis at 7:30 as well. As it is an away game, Kyrie Irving will be available to play for the Brooklyn Nets tonight. This is one of his last 3 remaining eligible games due to New York's COVID-19 vaccine requirement. For Memphis, John Moran is dealing with right knee soreness of his own right, so he has also been ruled out for tonight as well. No Rangers or Islanders tonight, and no March Madness until tomorrow night. That's tonight's slate for 77 WABC Sports. I'm Kevin Perez.
Turn right on West 53rd Street. In a quarter of a mile, turn right on West 43rd Street.
Started contacting me. I did it nice and quietly. I did my job, never talked about it, and I still don't talk about it.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. A common sense recap of the day's biggest stories. It's John Catsimatidis and Cats at Night on 77 WABC.
Welcome back to the John Catsimatidis Cats at Night show. Now we have for us Andrew McCarthy, the columnist for the National Review. He also serves as an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. And he also, if you remember, he led the 1995 terrorism prosecution against Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman and 11 others. So he is one tough prosecutor. Welcome to Cats at Night.
Nice to be with you all. Andy, if I can just interrupt you, you're the greatest prosecutor we ever had. You nobody knows more about terrorism.
In 1,000 feet, turn right on West 43rd Street.
Come on, you say that to all the prosecutors. Oh, only you, man. You're the guy I rely on.
Andy, it's great to be with you. Andy, it's Richard Weinberg. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Rich?
Good. I just want to ask you, you've been following the hearings for Judge Jackson's nomination to United States Supreme Court, and you had an interesting column in the National Review. All of those things about your opinion, which is the right reason to oppose her, as opposed to the other collateral noise that's going on.
Yeah, I really think that there's a record that should be explored with respect to Judge Jackson, that she is a radical thinker out of the mainstream and won't faithfully apply the law as opposed to legislate from the bench. And I think that rather than hone in on that case and try to make it, we've had a sideshow about child pornography, which is an area, particularly when we're talking about the low spectrum of those offenses, which involve people who consume images of child pornography. So now we're not talking about people who abuse children or force children into pornography. We're not talking about the production end. We're talking about the people who watch the images, the videos of the images. The whole hearing, as presented by the Republican side, including a lot of guys who I like and usually agree with on stuff, has just been a circus. And I would point out that at any time in the last 20 years, this is an issue that
that troubles the draconian sentencing.
Turn right on West 43rd Street.
Is an issue that bothers people on both sides of the aisle. This is not a Judge Jackson issue. And yet, it's been a problem for over 20 years. None of the Republicans on this committee has ever proposed legislation that says there should be mandatory minimum prison sentences. Lindsey Graham today talked about like 20, 30, 40 years would be fine by now. There's none of them has ever proposed mandatory minimum sentences for prosecutors. And I would just add that prosecute these people and criminalize their behavior, even though they haven't themselves abused anyone, is that they create a
Hello?
Speed camera reported ahead. In half a mile, use the left lane to turn left on 11th Avenue.
I think that's right, and I think the Republicans might be taking a different tack if it weren't for the fact that her getting on the court, now she's very young and she'll be replacing a Judge Rizal, but she's not going to change the trajectory on the court. She's going to vote exactly the same way Breyer does, so it's not really going to change the way the Supreme Court operates, and I have to hope that if this was a nominee who was really going to change the balance on the court, that they would have, strategically gone about this a different way.
Well, I don't know. And then we wanted to switch topics. The New York Times, we've talked about this, about the New York Times finally acknowledging the Hunter laptop and, 18 months. I don't really care about it. Just goes to show, when the media lies, democracy dies. And democracy dies in darkness. And the fact that so many Americans thought it was disinformation, you had 51 intelligence officers or whatever you want to call them saying that it was disinformation, and you got Trump who's basically being accused of Russian collusion, and all the while it was the president's own son.
Yeah, it's amazing that letter from the intelligence guys, the 40 or 50 of them,
Well, that was disinformation. I mean, that's what disinformation actually looks like. Because if you force the letter, they don't really come out and say it's Russian disinformation. It's just, but, I'm actually surprised that some of the Times article says I don't get to page A20 every day. The story was about 1,700 words long. They had like 3 or 5 of their best reporters on it, and you had to get down to paragraph 23 until you finally got to them saying, oh, and by the way, the laptop is zero. Why do you think they went to Russia? I suspect that there's probably, they seem to be pretty well informed on what's going on in the Justice Department. There's a lot of information in the article about what the Justice Department is doing and thinking in the case. So I suspect that they think that something's going to pop in the way of charges or developments. And yeah, because I think otherwise, if nothing was going to happen on the case, I have to figure that they would just let this die and never mention it again. But you're not practical news. Give me back the policy again. Yeah, right into the Ranty zone.
Mr. McCarthy, where are you from in the Bronx?
I'm from Barchester. And I'll tell you, we had a great. I was in the Bronx over the weekend because we had a great Cardinal Hayes Hall of Fame dinner. I went to Cardinal Hayes.
My husband went to Cardinal Hayes after he got kicked out of some other Catholic school. I went to Spelman, and I grew up in the Norwood section right there by Montefiore Hospital.
That's what Bernie McGurk went to Cardinal Hayes.
Yes, all the bad boys.
And you and Justice Sotomayor at Spelman.
Justice Sotomayor, and also Fernando Ferreira, the former Bronx Borough president. He also went to Spelman. So yeah, Justice Sotomayor, their little hero there. And now Lydia Serrana. Thank you so much, Andrew McCarthy, for all your wisdom, all your writing.
In 1,000 feet, use the left lane to turn left on 11th Avenue.
Great to be with you. Thanks.
Okay. Well, we have to go to break because the control room is waving at me, Kevin Perez there. So when we come back, Charlie Gasparino will be right back.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Hi guys, are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? Well, today, Wednesday, March 23rd, we're doing something special. Cityside Medical Clinic uses the most powerful form of wave therapy, shown by Cambridge, to repair blood vessels and get rid of ED at its core. If you're ready to put a stop to your erectile dysfunction, call us now. And not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also include something unique that produces immediate results in the bedroom. And today only, we're offering 3 additional treatments to our patients free. This means that if you notice results fading, we'll retreat you free of charge. This is unprecedented and worth $1,000. Call today and qualify free. 646-715-5555. That's 646-715-5555.
Turn left on 11th Avenue.
Outbound heavy, Lincoln inbound okay. Outbound 20 to 30 minute delays. Holland inbound okay from the Turnpike. 220 from Route 109 outbound. 22 30 minute delays. I'm Bob Brown with your 77 WABC traffic and transit update.
Welcome back to the John Catsimatidis Cats at Night Show. On the line for us right now, our own financial expert guru, Charlie Gasparino. Welcome back.
Charlie, what the heck is going on?
I love that. marking out as financial expert guru, then I have to say what's going on. There's a lot of shit on the regular. I don't know what's going on. I don't think anybody knows what's going on. I hear you. And I think what is scary is did you hear him yesterday? I mean, you would think that he, just woke up one day and said, oh, maybe inflation is worse than I thought. Maybe by 25 basis point increase, it's just not enough. Because guess what? Oil prices are now going up again. I'm a big diner guy. My local diner, $25 for a turkey dinner. I see that to diner. It never was that. This is crazy.
How much for a quarter beef sandwich?
I don't know. I'm sure it's a lot more expensive than
my advice to the consumers the other day, because Nabisco's announced a 12 to 20% increase in the cost of cookies. They said buy in some Oreo cookies because that's your best investment for the next 90 days. Where else are you going to make 12 to 20%?
That's true. I mean, imagine the future contract on Oreo cookies.
Bumblebee.
In half a mile, turn left on West 28th Street. Turn left on West 28th Street.
Behind the scenes, I heard he literally comes in, reads off cards or something, and then he kind of turns it over. This is a guy that, say what you want about Trump, but he commanded the river.
In 600 feet, you'll arrive at 507 West 28th Street, Manhattan. Your destination will be on your left. You've arrived. Destination is on your left.
Tell us, how is the price increases coming in Goya? I mean, you feel a lot of increases in transportation and everything?
Transportation is huge, John, and I love Charlie next to talk to you. But we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg, because let me tell you, between Russia and Ukraine, the number 1 and 5 producer of wheat in the world, they control 26% of the world's wheat production. They also produce fertilizer. They have 2.5 million acres of sunflowers. They produce tremendous amounts of corn. We've received in Spain, in our olive factory, a 42% increase in glass. Why? Because the sand used to make glass comes from the Ukraine. So we're seeing the reverberation. Odessa, the port of Odessa, which is blocking shipping out of Ukraine. You're going to see, I'm telling you, this is just the tip of the iceberg.
You don't get this information anywhere else except for 5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Charlie.
And you know what's scary about all this is that we were going to have inflation anyway. It just was baked in the economy. It was revving too high. Interest rates were way too low for too long. We have a Federal Reserve that created asset classes out of thin air.
something bad was going to happen anyway. And then, you know, this is the whole thing about not dealing with the problem at hand that you need to deal with it. You never know what else is going to come up. And when he started dealing, when Powell started dealing with the problem at hand, he was faced with this. It's like a hydra-headed monster that is hard to contain. You know, we now have global unrest that is affecting every part of our economy. Europe is really pulling out of Russia as we speak. That's going to cause stagflation in Russia. Obviously, it could cause stagflation here, maybe to a lesser degree, but still cause it. And there's a lot of stuff going on here economically that Jerome Powell, because he waited with normalizing the money supply, he's now he owns it. It's really, it's kind of, listen, I think there's going to be an economic slowdown. I hope and pray he knows how to manage the soft landing, but, you know, he hasn't just trained the Philippines to figure this out so far.
Well, Charlie, thank you so much for coming on, and I guess we can talk in the next few days and see what the heck is going on, because you're right, nobody really knows. My gut feeling is that even though Jay Powell wants to increase the rate, they may have to wait.
But, you know, John, if they don't, they're just going to keep getting bad inflation prints. I mean, they can get like double-digit inflation theoretically right at the midterms. Do they want that? I mean, it's just, this is a dangerous game when inflation gets out of hand, and it's getting out of hand.
And I gave my friend a definition of inflation. My new definition of inflation means if you have $100,000 in the bank and you can buy one machine to spend $100,000, the 7% inflation that we saw last month, or 8%, that means if you only buy $90,000, $102,000, it's $100,000 savings. Otherwise, you always have a 10.
That's it. And by the way, every kid should learn that. You know, there's one thing that I think Gary Gensler, the SEC chief, he goes on these wild chases about environmental stuff that he wants companies to disclose. It would be investor education about basic stuff, because people don't understand what's going on. But that's a whole other show, John. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Charlie, and we'll catch up again soon. And we have to take a break, and we pray for America. And we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back with Bo Beaver that's going to give us the pulse of what's going on in the streets of New York.
כן, כבודו, מה נשמע?
בסדר, כבודו, מה נשמע, גבר?
לא בסדר, עם המחירים של הדלק, זה המצב על הפנים.
לא שומע אותך טוב.
לא בסדר, עם המחירים של הדלק, זה המצב על הפנים, כאילו אני מרגיש שאני עובד רק בשביל הדלק. אתה במיוחד, אתה יודע, איזה...
באתי להגיד, אתה מתלונן על דלק.
נו, זה מה שאני אומר, 4 צילינדר, כמה יש לך? 8 צילינדר, וואי.
לא, יש לי 4 ו8, זה משתנה לפי הנסיעה. בעיר אני משתמש ב8, אבל כשאני בהייווי זה יורד לי 4.
אז כמה אתה שם, נגיד, ביום?
אני בא להגיד לך.
כן.
אני משלם בערך $80 ליומיים עבודה. זה הממוצע שלי.
אז אני חצי, אני זה 40, כמעט 40 ליומיים. כן. 40-50.
עכשיו תקשיב, אז אתה לא עושה חצי ממני, אתה עושה יותר מחצי ממני. אולי אפילו אתה עושה אותו דבר עכשיו.
הנה, כל היום עבדתי, שמתי $25.
וכמה הרווחת כל היום עבדת?
200.
כמה זה כל היום דרך אגב?
מ-9 עד 5.
9 עד 5 זה לא כל היום.
זה השעות שלי, כי אני עכשיו בא לאסוף את הילדה. האמת היא שהייתי עובד מ-9 עד 2, עכשיו ערכתי את השעות שלה בבית ספר עד שעה 6.
כן, אבל 9 אתה צריך לצאת אבל מהחנייה,
לא,
לא?
מ-8 הכוונה, אבל לוקח לי לקחת אתה יודע, את הילדה לגן, את האישה לבית ספר, אז אני מוציא.
אתה יוצא כאילו ב8 מהבית,
כן.
ואתה מתחיל את העבודה באיזה,
כן, כן, כן.
אני דרך אגב לא משהו יותר טוב ממך.
כן.
לא משהו בכלל יותר טוב ממך. אני עובד עכשיו הרבה, כי אני... דרך אגב, הסוחר שאמרתי לך לפני כמה זמן שאני עושה טוב.
שאתה עושה מה? עושה טוב.
לא, אמרתי לך, הסוחר שאמרתי לך שבוע, אני עושה 3,500, 4,000 לפעמים הבאתי גם.
כן.
אבל עכשיו זה ירד דרסטי.
וזה חלש, נכון? חלש מאוד. אתה עושה גם ליפט או רק אובר?
אני לא מאמין שזה חלש. אני לא מאמין בחלש. אני מאמין בזה שהרבה נהגים חזרו.
אז הם מחלקים את העבודה בין כולם.
אז הם מחלקים את העוגה. עכשיו, החוקים של החלוקה שלנו כל כך מטורטם, שאני לא מבין את זה. כאילו, הם משווים אותך אפילו.
כן.
כאילו לנהג חדש רגיל. להפך, לנהג חדש רגיל, אני חושב שהם נותנים יותר עבודה.
כן, כי הם רוצים לשמח אותו וזה. בגלל זה אני עושה ליפט גם, בגלל זה אני שם את שני האפליקציות. מי שבא ראשון, אני לוקח ראשון. למרות שליפט משלם כמה סנטים פחות, אבל מה שיש אני לוקח.
אבל אני לא חושב שבסך הכל הכללי אתה מרוויח, כי הכל עובד לפי הלוגריתמים, כמה זמן אתה במערכת. הוא לא ייתן לך ליפט, לא ייתן לך הרבה עבודה, אם הוא יודע שאתה רק שערון.
לא, האמת היא, יש להם ים עבודה ליפט, יש להם ים עבודה, אחד אחרי השני. לדוגמה, שדה תעופה גם לגוארדיה, כל הזמן שאני זורק מישהו שם, הליפט מביא לי משהו חזרה לעיר.
אני חושב שאני גם לי היה חזרה אחת.
אבל השאלה שלי, אתה עושה גם ליפט או רק אובר?
לא, רק אובר.
אז תיכנס גם לליפט.
זה פשוט השיטה שלהם. אני מנסה לדבר, ואני חייב להגיע למנהלים, אני חייב להגיע לאנשים שאתה יודע, עושים את העבודה.
אולי תתייעץ עם אובר מייק, שמעת על אובר מייק? הוא כמוך בדיוק, יש לו את הסברבין, והוא כל הזמן עושה לייבים, והוא מדבר על השיטות, טיפים, עבודות, דברים כאלה. תנסה להתקשר איתו.
טיפים אני עושה טוב, טיפים אני עושה... לא מתלונן על טיפים.
לא, אני מתכוון לא טיפים של כסף, אני מתכוון טיפים של עבודה. אני אשלח לך אובר מייק את הקונקשן שלו.
הוא צריך ללמד אותי, אני התחלתי עם אובר, אני יודע בדיוק את העבודה, אני יודע בדיוק מה עובדים. אני מאמין שכמה שאני אעשה פחות מיילג' זה אותו כסף, אני לא משתולל בכביש. למשל היום, אתמול לא עבדתי, אבל יום שני והיום, נכון לעכשיו עשיתי 114 מייל. אני לא מסתובב הרבה, אתה מבין? עכשיו, השיטה שלהם זה per hour. כלומר, אם הם מחליטים שאתה תעשה $20 לשעה, אתה תעשה $20 לשעה constantly. הלוגריתמים שלהם כל כך חכם, שאתה תבוא פלוס מינוס כל יום בערך $20. אז אם פעם אחת תעשה 25, פעם הבאה אתה תרד קצת. הם יודעים לעשות את זה יומית, שבועית וחודשית, הם עושים את זה יפה. עכשיו, הבעיה היא ההחלטה של כמה כל אחד יקבל. עכשיו, יש אנשים שמרוויחים פה $50 ליום, $60 ליום, אני בטוח, לשעה אני מתכוון. אני בטוח יש. הם קוראים להם the top 10%, משהו כזה. עכשיו, אני לא מבין למה אתה ואני לא בטופ 10 שלהם. כי תראה, אני התלוננתי היום, כי היה חלש, כביכול חלש, אז נותנים לך את התשובה התפוקה, חושבים שהם משכנעים אותי בזה שהם אומרים, לא, היום maybe, הדמנט באזור שלך ובזמן הוא לא גבוה. זה בולשיט. כי אני מגיע לפעמים ביום, הם נותנים לי בבוקר, נותנים לי נסיעה של מייל ומשהו, לעבודה של 10 דקות. כלומר, אז תשלח אותי בשביל חלש למייל. לא צריך לחכות, אתה יודע, 0.2 מייל. אז זה תלוי.
כן, כי אני לא עושה כסף לעבוד ככה עד שעה 2, זה כאילו, אתה יודע, צריך לעבוד לפחות כן.
אבל אנחנו, אני פתאום ירדתי שהיה הרבה עבודה, כי לא היו הרבה נהגים. בספטמבר, אוקטובר, נובמבר, דצמבר, עשיתי
אני זוכר את התקופות היפות האלה שנכנסנו לאובר, היינו עושים 3,000 בשבוע, תקופות יפות היו פעם, אתה זוכר?
כן, עכשיו מה הבעיה? הבעיה שיש להם יותר מדי נהגים. הם מביאים נהגים שיעמדו על כל פינה, כי הם רוצים כל עבודה להרוויח. והם מרוויחים כל עבודה. רק במקום ש10 עבודות, אני אקבל 10 עבודות, מתחלקים עם 3-4 אנשים. מה אכפת להם? לא מעניין אותם אפילו.
אבל אני קראתי שהם לא משלמים יותר לפי החוזים, משלמים לפי מייל או לפי דקה, לפי כך 50 סנט מייל, דקה 50 סנט, זה השיטה שלהם.
כן, לכן הוסיפו כמה אגורות.
שמעתי, קיבלנו העלאה של 3%.
אתה, לא אני.
זה רק ה-X, זה לא הבלק?
רק ה-X.
ה-X והמוניות 3%, כן.
כן. עכשיו זה... פשוט הם יזנו מבחינת זנות, הם יזנו את העבודה הזאת, ויש להם, אמר לך, מלא נהגים, להם לא בעיה, הם עושים יותר כסף, כי נכנסים יותר עבודות, אבל העוגה מתחלקת בהרבה עובדים, נהגים. עכשיו, הם צריכים לעבוד אחרת, הם צריכים לעבוד במעגלים של נהגים, אתה, אני.
We go home now.
ויש עוד הרבה כמונו, שאנחנו התחלנו סניוריטי, שאומרים, והחדשים צריכים לקבל פחות. ואז לחדשים אומרים, אוקיי, אם אנחנו נעבוד יותר, הרבה זמן עם אובר, אנחנו גם נקבל ככה. אתה מבין, המעגל תמיד יהיה להם לטובתם. כי לא יכול להיות שנהג שמתחיל, לפעמים מקבל יותר ממני. זה פשוט...
אבל איך יש נהגים חדשים? יש חוק חדש שאסור לקחת נהגים חדשים.
לא, נהגים לא... החוק הוא לא מכוניות, החוק הוא לא נהגים, הוא מכוניות. הם העריכו בעוד שנה את לא מוצאים יותר פלייט.
כאילו פלייט, כן, אבל נהגים יכולים, הבנתי.
נהגים אתה חופשי יכול ללכת לעשות. עכשיו מה קרה?
אבל בסדר, פלייט...
לא, תבין, הרבה נהגים פרשו. אבל מה קרה? נשארו לחברות כמו לרפי, כמו לעוד הרבה אנשים, מלא פלייטים. מלא, אלפים. עכשיו מה קורה? הם מביאים אנשים ואומרים להם, אוקיי, עכשיו בא בן אדם חדש, לא יודע אנגלית, לא כלום, אין לו עבודה, אומרים לו בוא נתהיה נהג וזה כך, אז הוא מרוויח, בסך הכל אולי הוא מרוויח $7, $8, אבל הוא מבסוט, כאילו וואו.
יותר טוב מכלום.
כן, אבל מה קורה? זה לא נהגים מקצוענים, זה לא נהגים... באים, אני לא יודע איך אתה מתלבש, אני עד היום מתלבש עם החליפות, פותח דלתות, זה דבר שלא נתפס לחדשים. אתה יודע, ראיתי עכשיו אחד, ישבתי, דיברתי איתו, קנה סוברבו חדשה, יעני 21.
כן.
והוא בא לעבודה עם טרנינג וטי-שירטס.
כן.
אתה יודע, הוא משגע, זה משגע כאילו, איך לא אכפת להם. עכשיו אני מבין, לא אכפת להם. כי מה אכפת להם אם הוא לובש חליפה, לא חליפה, עשה את העבודה, הם קיבלו את האחוזים שלהם וקוסמו, ועכשיו הם הגיעו למצב כל כך גם גדול, שלא אכפת להם אפילו מהלקוחות. הלקוחות אומרים לי שהם לא שמים עליהם, הם לא שמים עליהם.
כן.
תדברי, הרי אתה שאתה מדבר עם, שאתה מתכתב אם אתה מתכתב, אני לא יודע אם אתה כותב להם לפעמים, בוט עונה לך, לא עונה לך בכלל בן אדם. תבין, בינה מלאכותית.
כן, מחשב עונה, פעם היה...
כן, אתה מבין עכשיו, מה אני רוצה להגיד? הם יודעים את זה, הם יודעים שאנחנו יודעים, ולא שמים דם. למה?
גם אם תסתכל רק על ניו יורק, אוקיי? תסתכל כאילו כל סניף, למרות שאם אתה מסתכל בגדול, אז בכלל, they don't give a shit. אבל גם אם אתה מקבל סניף, בניו יורק, יש להם כמה? 50,000 נהגים.
כן.
משהו. אז מה, 1, 2 ילכו ביג דיל.
לא אכפת להם.
לא מזיז להם את הביצה. לקוח אחד יעזוב אותם. שיעזוב אותם. זה כמו החברות הקטנות.
וכל תלונה קטנה הם מפטרים, בגלל זה אני תמיד הולך לטובת הלקוח. אתה יודע, כל מה שהוא מבקש אני עושה.
הם לא מפטרים, מה קרה לך? מי מפטר?
הוא מפטרים, ליפ מפטרים, כל דבר, כל תלונה קטנה יפטרו אותך, מה אתה חושב?
מה פתאום?
מפטרים חופשי, אפילו הם לא רוצים לשמוע את הצד שלך. תראה, פיטרו אלפים.
וקיבלו אלפים.
זה בסדר, הם לא אכפת, גם ה-TLC ככה, הם לא אכפת להם לשלול לאנשים רישיונות, כי הם יודעים, מקבלים חדשים, אתה מבין?
אז הבעיה שהחדשים הם מסוכנים, הם לא נוהגים טוב, הם לא נותנים שירות טוב, זה ברור, ולא אכפת להם, פשוט לא אכפת, לא ל-TLC, ל-TLC, להפך, הם אוהבים את הפריירים הנהגים, שאתה יודע, שעושים עבירות, הם משלמים להם עוד טיקטים.
כן, חיים.
אז מה אכפת להם? הם לא צריכים אנשים כמונו ששומרים על החוק. אני מקווה שאתה כבר לא עושה טיקטים.
לא, אני ממש נזהר, עוצר, והכל ממש נזהר.
אמרתי, אתה יודע, אני
לא משתלם,
לא חטפתי טיקט כבר, אתה זוכר שסיפרתי לך על הטיקט שיצאתי דיסמיסט?
כן.
מאז לא חטפתי גם אפילו טיקט כזה.
הנה שלחו לי עכשיו choose your quest, שולחים גם לך select your quest.
כן, כמה אתה...
$180.
לא, מה המינימום?
מינימום 135. לא, כאילו לרדת עד למטה, 40 טריפ מ-75. 40 טריפ או 90 טריפ. אני תמיד בוחר את הגבוה, 90 טריפ.
לא, אני בוחר את הנמוך דווקא.
למה?
כי אם אתה בוחר את הגבוה ואתה לא מגיע לזה, ועברת את הראשון, את המינימום, אתה גם לא תקבל את ה-75. אתה מבין?
אז ככה זה הולך.
ככה, ותקשיב, לעשות 40 נסיעות, אני לא יודע כמה אתה עושה.
$15 תקבל, כן.
עכשיו, אני מקבל על 40 טריפ, 75 אקסטרה, ואם אני עושה עוד 10 שעות, עוד 10 נסיעות, אני אמור לקבל עוד $15.
אני חשבתי
עכשיו, אבל אני לא מגיע ל-40.
כן. אני חשבתי שהיא תבחר.
אבל תבין גם המערכת פה יכולה להגביל אותך ל-39. תבין? היא יכולה להגביל אותך, זה לא שאומרים לך תעשה, יש עבודה. אין עבודה, מה אתה שם 90? מה אתה שם זה? אתה לא מגיע אף פעם בזה.
חשבתי שאני אבחר את הגדול, אז אני אקבל יותר עבודות.
לא, פאפי, אמרתי לכם, לא אכפת להם, אתה תהיה לך טוב. אתה אצלך יותר ריאלי שאתה עושה 40 נסיעות. נכון? כי אצלך הנסיעות הן קצרות והרבה נסיעות. אז אתה יכול להגיע ל-40. אם אתה עושה עוד 10, אתה מקבל את בליינד את ה-90. תבין, עכשיו אם אתה אומר לא, אני אקח 90 נסיעות, ואתה לא מקבל 90 נסיעות, לא עושה, אז לא הרווחת כלום. אז קראת את התחת, והם כותבים לך, sorry, you didn't reach it. אז מה שאני רוצה להגיד שהשיטה הזאת זה דבילית אפילו.
כן, פעם הייתי מתלבש כמוך, חליפות, לבן הכל, בחולצה לבנה, מכנסיים שחורות, נעליים זה, אבל ראיתי את כל הנהגים של האקס מתלבשים כמו שאתה אומר, כאלה שתרמחים, טרנינגים, ג'ינסים קרועים וזה, אז התחלתי לרדת קצת הייתי עושה ניקוי יבש וחולצות, ירדתי מזה קצת.
אני מתחבר את המקצוע שלי, אז אני עדיין עושה את זה.
טוב, אתה בלק, אז זה
בסדר. לא, אבל אני לא הולך, עוד פעם, אני לא הולך להגיד לבן, אני מזמן, גם בתקופה שהתחלתי איתם, אני הולך עם חליפות, עם חולצות שונות, צבעים שונות. עכשיו דברים אני גם הולך, עכשיו למשל, אז אני הולך עם בלייזר, חולצה עניבה, ומכנסיים, אתה יודע, של לא של החליפה. אתה יודע, זה כזה לוקשור, לא לוקשור, זה קאז'ואל. זה קאז'ואל, מכנסי קאז'ואל. זה גם נראה טוב,
זה לא מה ש...
שלך הייתה $30 וקיבלת $10 בשעה, נגיד עבודה.
היה, go inside, go in. כן, רגע.
אז עשית.
Okay, we're gonna go out just 5 minutes, just 1 minute. כן, כן. מזל טוב. מזל טוב. אבל אתה יודע מה שמתי לב, חיים בניו יורק, משום מה, אנשים, נגיד אתה, נראים יותר צעירים מהגיל שלנו, לדוגמה, אותו גיל בן אדם כמוך בארץ הוא נראה הרבה יותר מבוגר משום מה, אולי בגלל השמש, מזג האוויר. לא, אני לא יודע, ראיתי אנשים...
אבל באופן כללי אני משתדל לאכול בריא, לעשות התעמלות. הדופק שלי טוב, השערות, הכמות השיער שיש לי, שתבין, האחים שלי שהם יותר צעירים ממני, הם כבר בעלי קרחות.
כן, והם גרים בארץ, אתה אומר? אז אתה רואה כאילו האקלים או משהו.
אני טפו, שיער מלא.
Thank you everybody, we'll see you tomorrow everybody. כן.